Good morning, everyone. We are about to start. This is now 8 o'clock Beirut time. We have a very exciting program today, and we are starting off with what I think will be the highlight of the conference. I'm going to introduce Dr. Moti, who's come the day before yesterday, or was it yesterday? He's just come from Palestine. Palestine is the neighbor of Lebanon, but it's taken as long for Moti to get here as it took somebody from California, because of having to go first to Jordan through the land route, which takes a long time to get through checkpoints, and then flying from Amman. And I'm very pleased to introduce Moti, with whom I've worked in Palestine for some years. And he is an outstanding pediatrician who has been in leadership for a number of years in pediatrics and neuropediatrics. And he's going to talk a bit about the problems facing a pediatrician in Palestine. And he's also going to make a tribute to our good friend, Dr. Samir Khalil. And Barbara Rubio will also give a little tribute afterwards about Dr. Samir. So with no further ado, Dr. Moti.
So thank you indeed very much, Tony, and good morning. It's my real pleasure today to meet you here and to participate and to give a talk in this conference. Well, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Moti Ashab. I'm a pediatric neurologist and child development specialist. I'm from Palestine and Jerusalem, my beautiful city where I was born and grew up. And actually, I'm working in East Jerusalem, in Maqasid Hospital in Jerusalem. Well, I have a privilege to be a member of Palestinian Pediatric Society and to give this talk today on behalf of my mentor, my teacher, Dr. Samir Khalil. Dr. Khalil left us a few months ago. It was a very sad event, and he was suddenly dead. Dr. Khalil was a distinguished person. To say a few words about Dr. Samir, I think that we have never forget his dedicated work over the last decades to promote the child health in Palestine. Our pediatric society lost a great advisor. Dr. Samir was absolutely one of the inspiring figures in Palestine. He was a social pediatrician, activist, good politician, and wonderful person. Also, he was a good friend of mine and my mentor. I have learned from Dr. Samir so many things. Concerning his dedicated work, we will never forget his participation with you in the Royal College of Pediatrics, especially the projects of the master degree in the child health and with the ISSOP, and his great role in the establishment of the subspecialty program in pediatrics in Palestine. Well, he left us early, but he will stay in our minds, and we will never forget him. Well, the Palestinian loss of land since 1947 or 48, as you could see here, In the international community of the state of Israel has been accused of treating the Palestinians in such an inhuman way that many claim it is an apartheid state. Look at how the Palestinian land has been taken since 1947 until now, where Israel continues to construct illegal settlements and the separation wall across Palestine. Well, according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, the estimated population of Palestinian is around 4,800,000, where the largest population is under the age of 17 years. And the average family size is about 5 people per household. So what about the difficulties that facing Palestinians? As you know, poverty, unemployment, and food insecurity have been increased in Palestine, where people continues to face severe limitation on access to essential services and movement restrictions. Around 27% is unemployed and 5.8% is disabled. And according to World Bank reports, around 30% of Palestinians live in poverty, while 2 million or 2.5 million are in need of humanitarian assistance. This is some of photos that you could eventually see in Palestine daily, especially in Gaza Strip. Well, in Bethlehem, which is a beautiful city, as you know, in the southern part of Palestine, here, at the morning, 5 or 6 a.m., men and women from all over the southern part, from Hebron, from Bethlehem, stand in line for hours each morning on their way to work. As you could see here, the separation wall, and after that would be the checkpoint. And this would take 3 or 4 hours perhaps just to go to their work. So it's a daily suffering. And eventually similar in Ramallah, in Jenin, in the northern part, in the middle, and in the southern part. So it's a daily routine life, I would say. Also, difficulties continues. Living under a situation of a conflict zone is an additional hazard to health. So not only because it causes injury, death, and disability, but also increase the physical displacement, discrimination, and marginalization, and prevent access to health services. Here, another photo. Now, over there's a Kalandia checkpoint. I think Jean and Tony remember this Kalandia checkpoint, also daily suffering for all the people, patients, companions, workers. So, a few words about our healthcare system in Palestine. The main providers of healthcare system or of healthcare in Palestine is the Palestinian Ministry of Health, UNRWA, Palestinian Red Crescent Hospital, Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and NGOs. And also we have some private sectors. What about the hospital care? The total number of hospitals across Palestine is about 80 hospitals, bed per 10,000 population, almost 12.8, and we have 47 general hospitals, 14 specialized, and 16 maternity for rehabilitation. And when I say rehabilitation center, from my point of view as a pediatric neurologist, the rehabilitation center is almost a basic center. We have more and more patients have been diagnosed with autism. We have motor disabilities, cognitive disabilities, and we don't have so much rehabilitation centers. So it's basically just rehabilitation center with physiotherapists and some sort of occupational therapy. Well, this is Al Hussein Hospital. It's a governor hospital in Bethlehem. Our Ministry of Health hospital constitute about 54% of hospital beds and 63% primary healthcare center affiliated to this Ministry of Health. UNRWA. UNRWA is responsible for Palestinians who have refugee status and carry refugee card. So refugees make up almost 40% of the Palestinian population, and UNRWA constitute 8.7% of primary healthcare center. By the way, many of them still live in refugee camps in the West Bank and Gaza. As you could see here, the Red Crescent Hospital, ambulances. So, due to the lack of effective coordination and shortage of medical staff, patients, bed, essential equipment and medication, which will adversely affect the quality of healthcare system or service, the Palestinian Authority refer patients to non-Ministry of Health facilities, principally Palestinian hospitals in East Jerusalem and some Israeli hospitals. Here at Maqasid Hospital, where I work, Maqasid Hospital is a tertiary hospital in East Jerusalem. And these patients were referred to our hospital for further investigation, management, and including special diagnostic procedures and medication, which is not available in West Bank or Gaza. These referrals constitute approximately a quarter of all referrals under the age of 18 years, and the cost is a major challenge to the sustainability of healthcare delivery. And according to WHO 2017, the initial estimated cost of medical referrals for patients is approximately $120 million. So what about the main issues that facing the referrals from West Bank or Gaza to Jerusalem? First of all, as you could see here, again, separation wall, again, checkpoints. So, separation wall, this wall has contributed to the disruption of Palestinian access to land, education, as well as restriction the movement of patients, doctors, even ambulances and medication within the area. It's about 4 or 5 meter height, and it's across all over the West Bank and Gaza. Within this wall, you could see the checkpoints with these towers and armed policemen and border guard. This is Kalandia checkpoint. You could see some building from Ramallah, and here I would say the Jerusalem, the Israeli part. And here, welcome to Atarot checkpoint. And finally, may you go in peace and return in peace. This is what's written in the Israeli site. So here, as you could see, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, the main emergency service provider into Jerusalem, experiencing daily time-consuming delays. You know, at checkpoints, due to the Israeli security protocols, which clearly could make the difference between life and death in emergency cases. And I have witnessed many cases which were dead at the checkpoint before, after, because this patient should wait until his application form, until his permit, until they will call the police and the checkpoint, and until he will enter to the other side. And imagine this patient is on mechanical ventilator, or he has some sort of acute medical issues. As you could see here in Kalandia checkpoint, here the patient was transferred from Ramallah Hospital at night to Maqasid Hospital, 2 ambulances. The first one, Red Crescent Hospital from the West Bank. The other one came just to take this patient to Jerusalem Hospital, and all this through the checkpoint within the same area. Another also a view, as you could see here, I think from the Nablus, or from the southern checkpoint. Yes, also 3-4 the soldiers and 2 ambulances just to transfer this sick patient. Well, again, my hospital, Maqasid Hospital. Well, we have also to say a few words about the attacks on healthcare. Encouraging into hospitals, and here Maqasid is one of the example. On Friday, 21 of July, Israeli policemen, Israeli special forces entered our Maqasid Hospital, and you could see over there, I think Jean or Tony were in Maqasid Hospital. This is a neonatal department. And just in front of neonatal ICU, you could see these special forces within our hospital. This is the main entrance to Maqasid Hospital. Razan al-Najjar, I think you know her, our colleague nurse. She was shot dead in Gaza during the manifestation. She did her job, but I think she was she shot dead by a sniper. So what we are doing in the Palestinian Pediatrics Society, trying to overcome these circumstances to promote child health in Palestine. Until 1994, there was no medical school in Palestine. And now we have 3 medical schools. We have 5 or 6 we have a good national pediatric residency program where 5 of 6 university hospital trying to overcome our shortage of medical staff and special program, pediatrics and other specialty. And in Palestinian Pediatric Society, you remember this photo, Jean? Dr. Samir with our colleagues from the Royal College of Pediatrics at Kalandia checkpoint many years ago. Also our annual meetings, scientific and social meetings, journal clubs, weekly and monthly, trying to be updated as much as possible. Tony gives a talk 2007, many years ago, in one of our scientific and social meetings. Well, our programs and projects were with our colleagues, especially from the Royal College of Pediatrics, to maximize the potential strength and response to child with disability. And we are working on autism project right now with the WHO, and the great role into pediatric subspecialties. I will end my presentation by showing you this emotional video concerning one of my patients that was referred from Gaza Strip to my unit. Well, this patient is 6 years old. he was diagnosed to have Guillain-Barré syndrome. It's some sort of acute polyneuropathy, and he was in respiratory failure. Well, in Gaza, there was no IVIG to give this patient to cure him, so he was transferred to our hospital. Well, I gave him IVIG, and he was connected to mechanical ventilator. After a while, we put a tracheostomy tube, and this patient, unfortunately, his mother was not allowed to accompany him during his long management way. He was accompanied by his 80 years grandmother from Gaza Strip.
لم تنتهي القصة عند الأمهات المقهورات اللواتي نقلت أحوالهن الزميلة صفاء الهبي في غزة، فهنا ينفطر القلب عند أطفال يرقدون وحيدين في قسم العناية المكثفة خلف
This is our pediatric ICU.
في كل سرير حالة تجسد ظلما واقعا على أبناء شعبنا وتعري جريمة تحمل بصمات الاحتلال. جهاد الذي رصدنا حال والدته في غزة ها هو لا يجد ملاذا سوى التواصل معها عبر جهاز إلكتروني.
Make contact with his mother, as you could see via Skype or WhatsApp.
ليس فقط لربط الطفل بأمه بل لتسهيل علاج شلله المؤقت.
أهمس الحاجة للوالدة لأمه إنها تكون معه وتعطيه الحب والحنان، تحط إيدها عليه، اللمسات. فإحنا مبسوطين إنه بتحسن، بس تأخر العلاج بسبب عدم وجود الأهل.
أي أم دون سن 50 لا يسمح الاحتلال لها بالدخول إلى القدس لمرافقة مريضها. لذلك المرافقات بتن من الجدات أو الجارات كحالة عمر ذي الشهرين ونصف من خان يونس.
الولد هذا بيكون
3 months old was presented with his neighbor because none of his family member was allowed to enter Jerusalem.
يقترف الاحتلال كل هذا الظلم من أجل تطبيق سياسة أمنية لا قيمة لها أمام الظروف النفسية والإنسانية الصعبة التي يتكبدها الفلسطينيون بسببه.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions for Dr. Moti? Jeff?
Access to Israeli hospitals for the most acute or for resources that are not available in Palestine. Can you just comment on how easy, not easy, how receptive are the Israeli pediatricians? Could you comment on that? And you can be honest.
Thank you. Well, some of our complicated patients have been referred to Israeli hospital. We have some patients diagnosed with leukemias where they need to bone marrow transplant. Some patients with some sort of subspecialized brain surgeries, epileptic surgery, liver transplant, or other form of complicated diseases were transferred to Israeli hospital. It's a bit difficult making this transfer because you have to to get these not the permission to enter Israel, but also the financial coverage from the Ministry of Health. We still have see the patient from West Bank and Gaza in the Israeli hospital, but over the last 3 months, I think our new Ministry of Health trying to find another way to refer this patient to Egypt or Jordan to get this, medical service. But we'll still refer some few patients to Israel. As I said, some patients that have been diagnosed with leukemia or other form of complicated issue.
His specific question was about the standard of care for the Palestinian patients in the Israeli hospitals.
It's the same. I think it's a high quality. It's a good standard of care. I don't see a discrimination in this medical issue. So it's a good quality of care also.
Thank you very much indeed, Moti. Thank you. I must say, when I first went to Palestine, I hadn't understood the united feelings that there are through every single Palestinian. And I think whenever you meet a single Palestinian, you understand. And I would really encourage people to make the effort, if they're able to meet a Palestinian, and talk about it and listen to them. It will open your eyes. So I'd like to just invite Barbara Rubio up to give a little tribute to Dr. Samir.
Good morning, everybody. I personally didn't know Samir Khalil, but he was in the scientific committee for this meeting from the very first beginning, and he was very happy to be with us, and he was very eager to be able and say what Mote has really said to all of us. He sent us 2 slides, so this was the first slide. And this is the next slide. He wanted to give a personal testimony of what it meant to work in Palestine and the difficulties of going each day back and forth from Jerusalem, and also the difficulties of the patients in doing this. He didn't want it to be a political speech, but a personal testimony that it could be overpriced, exaggerated, or deepened, but it tried to show his daily life as a pediatrician in occupied Palestine. This slide is really significant. As you can see in this wall, it says Via Dolorosa. For those who know Spanish, Via Dolorosa means painful, and Via is road, so painful road. So this was a very significant slide. I don't know why I can't. I'm going to skip this slide because Mote already had spoken to us all about what it meant for Samir to work in Palestine. So I'm going to skip this slide. He wanted to express about the difficulties passing daily from home to work in Jerusalem, and especially also the difficulties of the patients having to do this. And I want to share, so I wanted, the reason why I wanted to speak this morning is because through his emails, I could tell how I really felt how Samir Khalil felt. So I'm going to share this email he sent to us so you can get a feeling of how Samir was. Really, I am proud to be, well, dear Barbara, dear friends, really I am proud to be part with you in preparing this important conference. Many thanks for Tony, who proposed me for your committee. I fully appreciate the efforts you are investing to achieve the design goals of the conference, targets, and making it real for the benefit of children living in armed conflict, in the direction of rights, health, and well-being of children. I went carefully through all your emails, the flyers, and the suggestions. I tried to absorb and ingest all the ideas you respectfully presented. At this level, I want to be thanking you in for the role played in directing and express my respect for this effort. I am very proud for making me feeling that we still, in this world, thinking of the cruel, miserable life of children in armed conflicts. By the way, as a Palestinian under occupation since my entire life in continuum of 70 years, not living in a free country does not know what freedom means. I feel the need for this support when I was a child and also as I became an adult. And he continued, he mentioned a famous poet from Palestine, Mahmoud Darwish. He says, our famous poet, Mahmoud Darwish, before dying, has said in one of his poems, we have on this earth what makes life worth living. I retrieved this poem, and I'm going to read it to you as a tribute to Samir. We have on this earth what makes life worth living: April's hesitation, the aroma of bread at dawn, a woman's point of view about men, the works of Aeschylus, the beginning of love, grass on a stone, mothers living on a flute sigh, and the invaders' fears of memories. We have on this earth what makes life worth living: the final days of September, a woman keeping her apricots ripe after 40, the hour of sunlight in prison, a cloud reflecting a swarm of creatures, the people's applause for those who face death with a smile, a tyrant's fear of songs. We have on this earth what makes life worth living. On this earth, the Lady of Earth, mother of all beginnings and ends. She was called Palestine. Her name later became Palestine. My lady, because you are my lady, I deserve life. I don't have excuse me. I have problems with it. Okay. The question, so Samir questions himself. My question to Mahmoud Darwish is it real that on earth we have what makes our life worth living? And I don't have the response yet. Well, I don't have the response yet, but like Mahmoud Darwish, like Samir, and like many other of us here, I don't have a response yet, but I think it's worth trying to find that freedom for Palestine and for all those countries in the world who are not free, all those people who are not free to go wherever they want like we do. And even if we only get halfway through this road, I think it's worth fighting for. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And I'd just like to give another tribute to Moti and thank him very much for his terrific talk. Now, we are going on to 2 video presentations. I can see Sam here, so I'm going to see if this is going to work, but I might need just if you could just bring him on. We're now going to have 2 speakers from 2 amazing organizations, possibly not well known to you, but they need to be. And they're both organizations from which we can learn a huge amount. And basically, I've I'm hoping that really we will have the opportunity to see what lessons we can learn from these two organizations. And we're going to start with the campaign against the arms trade. This is a UK organization which is looking at one of the fundamental determinants of war, particularly in this region, which is the sale of arms. And I'm afraid to say that my country is one of the biggest criminals in this respect. There are others. And I have a personal commitment to campaign against the arms trade. And indeed, about 3 weeks ago, it was the week before the climate strike started, there was a week-long action by Campaign Against the Arms Trade against the biggest arms sale fair in the world, in London, which goes on for a week. It's called DSEI, or DICE. And this was an action which was greatly supported by, or in fact indeed initiated by Campaign Against the Arms Trade, when people were blocking the road to stop tanks, which could have been coming out here to kill children, were going into this building to be sold. And many of these demonstrations were successful in stopping the tanks going in. So that was a very profoundly important occasion. So I'm very pleased to introduce Sam Perlow-Freeman. His bio is in the book, to discuss the role of Campaign Against the Arms Trade. Sam, are you? Ah, right.
I am here, yes. Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you all for inviting me to speak to you. To such an incredibly, just looking at the program, erudite and diverse set of ideas and information and papers that you're discussing in these few days. I wish I had time to sort of actually listen to all of your sessions and your papers myself. Now, I can't and don't need to tell you about the devastating impact of armed conflict on children's lives and health, as well as that of adults. I'm here to talk about one of the key enablers and aggravators of armed conflict in the Middle East and elsewhere, namely the global arms trade, which my organization is dedicated to fighting. So I'm going to try to share my presentation on the screen. Hopefully this will now come up. There we go. So can you, yes, you should now be able to see my presentation on your screen. So I'll start by giving a brief overview of the global arms trade, so some of the basic facts and figures. Then I'll go on to talk about what we know about the relationship between arms trade and conflict, and then focus a bit more specifically on the Middle East, the role of global arms industry and trade in fueling conflicts in the Middle East, and then focusing more specifically on the war in Yemen, which has created the world's worst humanitarian catastrophe, as you well know, and where my country, the United Kingdom, is one of the key villains responsible for arming that war, along with the United States, and making that war indeed possible. And finally, I'll say a bit about the reasons why, despite all the international efforts for arms control, the arms trade treaty that was signed with such great fanfare a number of years ago, that these efforts have largely been overwhelmed by desire of arms producers to keep on selling arms. Why is that the case, despite the commitments that have been made? So to talk a little bit about the arms trade, the total size of it it's really a bit hard to know due to very patchy data from different arms producers and recipients. Some countries produce reasonably good data, but still some extremely poor or indeed no data at all. I've estimated that it probably comes to about $100 billion per year, which is certainly a lot of money, but in terms of the overall global economy, it's pretty small. It's about maybe 0.5% of total world trade. But of course, so it's not something that dominates international trade by any means, but it is hugely significant politically, and it has a hugely disproportionate influence in human terms and its effect on war. Most arms production, however, is not traded internationally. It's made by companies in a country, produced for their own domestic governments and armed forces by the major producers like the US, China, Russia, UK, France, and Germany. There's no data on the total for that, maybe in the region of 400 billion, 300 to 500 billion, something like that. So that which is traded internationally is a minority of total arms production. But of course, arms, whether through domestic governments or internationally, are all enormous contributors to human suffering. If we want financial data on the arms trade, how much is being sold from country A to country B, we're reliant on national sources and how much information they're willing to release to the public. And that's highly variable in quality and detail. The UK provides a lot of very, very detailed data on its arms exports, but it is extremely incomplete. It only covers certain types of arms sales, which I don't have time to go into. So it looks like they're giving lots of information. In fact, they're hiding an awful lot. So if we want really comprehensive international data on the arms trade, the best source is the SIPRI Arms Transfer Database, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, which gets very detailed information on the quantity and type of arms sold between any given two pair of countries. That also has its limitations. For one thing, it only covers major conventional weapons. It leaves out small arms and light weapons, and it leaves out components. Just it's too hard to track all of that. And it's not a financial measure. It's attempting to measure the volume of trade given the absence of financial data. And if we want to look at small arms and light weapons, which of course play a key role in conflict, the data is even murkier due to there being so many producers and the important role of the illegal trade in that area. To look at the SIPRI data, who are the big arms sellers internationally? So this is their measure of major conventional weapons deliveries. And as you can see, the United States and Russia are by far the biggest two sellers, followed by Germany, France, China, UK, Spain, Israel, Italy, and the Netherlands to complete the top 10. So there's actually quite a lot who are playing an important role in the arms trade, but the US and Russia really dominating in terms of quantity. If you want to look at the value in financial terms, these figures rather understate some countries like the UK and Israel due to the composition of their arms sales, just including a lot that's not included in the SIPRI data, that doesn't fall under the category of major conventional weapons. Whereas Russia is relatively lower. It's about 15 billion a year compared to 30 billion to the United States. whereas in the CIPRI measure, it's more like 2/3 of the US level. This is because Russian weapons, like for like, are cheaper than Western weapons. And then who are the customers? Well, of course, almost all countries, with a few exceptions like Costa Rica, have armed forces and therefore buy arms from one source or another. Countries seeking to acquire arms can try to make them or buy them from someone else or some combination of the two, with various intermediate options like licensed production, where you produce systems with foreign technology under license in your own country. Only a few of the top arms producers can produce most or all of their own weapons. Even they trade with each other for subsystems, technology, components, and so forth, or produce systems collaboratively, like the European countries working on the Eurofighter Typhoon aircraft. But most countries seem to want to try to produce at least some of their own arms, to not be completely dependent on foreign suppliers. But most of them also have to buy internationally for the most advanced weapon systems. And this is particularly true in the Middle East, where you have some very large buyers and users of arms, huge levels of military spending. Saudi Arabia is typically the third or fourth biggest military spender in the world, but with very limited domestic arms production capabilities. Saudi Arabia, in particular, it's trying to develop its own domestic industry with very little success. It buys huge, it's currently the biggest buyer in the world, huge volumes of weapons from the US, UK, France to a lesser extent, and indeed is dependent on the US and the UK to keep its air force flying, to maintain and provide logistics to the equipment that they buy. So very high level of dependence on the international trade. So between 2014 and 18, the Middle East and North Africa accounted for 41% of all major conventional weapons imports, according to CIPRI, which is hugely disproportionate to the level of GDP of that region, or even more so the level of population. So it's really a region which is a huge customer for armaments. And most of the other major buyers on the international arms market in the Asia Pacific region. India in particular is a huge customer. Again, a big spender, but one with very limited domestic arms production capabilities. So what is the impact of the arms trade on conflict? Well, it seems pretty obvious. Wars can't be fought without weapons. But the nature of the link isn't always straightforward. Of course, in the United States, Republicans will say guns don't kill people, people kill people, to which one can respond that, well, they can do it a lot more easily if they have guns. And the same consideration applies at the level of nations and international conflict. Arms aren't necessarily the cause of wars, but they're certainly necessary if you're going to fight them and make wars a lot more deadly. But the limited empirical work that has been done on this area, it's only a few authors have really tackled it, partly because the data is so patchy, is that the arms trade does increase the risk of conflict. So I've quoted a number of studies here that have used some quite sophisticated econometric methods to, with all the flaws that are in the data, that have still been able to find clear evidence that acquisition of arms, major conventional arms by countries, is a significant positive predictor of their likelihood of going to war, of having civil wars. So, for example, some might say, well, if a government acquires lots of arms and is very strong, then that will deter any rebel groups from rebelling and from starting an internal conflict. That doesn't work. Rather, the acquisition of arms seems to be a predictor of an aggressive approach, a militaristic and repressive approach that actually makes conflict more likely. And one of these studies by Moore also shows a tendency for arms transfers to increase the lethality and the duration of conflicts once they have already started. It would be really nice to have studies that look at the impact of small arms and light weapons imports, but the data is really too poor for that to be possible. And as I say, regardless of the evidence of causation, the role of arms production and trade as an enabler of conflict is really hard to deny. A lot of the most terrible wars in the Middle East, in the past and today, the Iran-Iraq war and the 80s, for example, the Yemen war now, could not possibly have been fought without the continuing input of arms from overseas. And if arms supplies were to stop now, then the war would, if not stop, then at least be forced to de-escalate very, very quickly. I'll say a bit about the role of small arms and light weapons, which the United Nations and many NGOs have for a long time seen as a very major international humanitarian concern, not just in relation to arms conflict, but also criminal violence, as we see in Latin America, even domestic violence. It's much smaller financially than major weapons trade, and there's also far more producers. Most countries have at least some small arms production capability, and there's a lot of local craft production. AK-47s are very easy to produce, and there's a lot of very small-scale local producers. There's no systematic data on it, and there's a very large black market and grey market trade. Arms can also spread through a whole lot of different mechanisms. Brokerage, trafficking, smuggling of arms across border, just private sale of arms, corruption, theft of state armories, or even illegal sales due to corruption, as well as the state-authorized trade.
Sam, could you conclude in 2 minutes?
I will try to move a bit faster.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the Middle East, where the role of major armaments from outside the region are absolutely crucial in all the major wars we've seen over the last 20 years that a large-scale aerial bombing and everything else has been key. In Yemen, 2/3 of civilian casualties have been caused by coalition airstrikes. And the governments fighting these wars, like Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Iraq, have been completely dependent on weapon systems imported from outside. Israel has its own advanced arms industry, but still buys a lot of major systems like major combat aircraft that bomb Palestine and Lebanon from the United States. The various rebel groups and militias, meanwhile, acquire arms through all these other mechanisms: smuggling, capture of government stocks, corruption, supply by foreign backers, and craft production. So the Houthis, for example, producing a lot of drones and missiles of their own. The diversion of arms is also a major problem, which blurs the boundary between legal and illegal trade. Arms sold that are authorized by governments, by the exporters, may be then captured or sold onwards by the recipient government, sold from stocks due to corruption, and so forth. In Yemen, the Houthis inherited a lot of arms from former Yemeni forces, whereas Saudi and the UAE provide a whole lot of the arms they receive from outside to a variety of militia, which then are sold, traded with it between each other. In Libya, the UAE are supplying arms that they've received legally from Western governments. They're selling them illegally, at least as far as the suppliers are concerned, to the renegade General Khalifa Haftar, aggravating the war there. In the Yemen, which you all know how bad that conflict is, I've done some an analysis of who are the main suppliers of all the various parties to that conflict. And the USA, UK, France, and to a lesser extent, countries like Russia, Italy, Sweden, Netherlands are also important in that regard. And as I've emphasized, Saudi Arabia in particular could not fight this war, could not continue to fight this war without not only continuing supply of arms from the US and UK, but all the logistics and maintenance and technical support that they're providing on a daily basis. The Houthi rebels, there's a lot of talk about them getting arms from Iran, but the main sources of arms include the ones they got from the former government forces, pro-Saleh forces, their own production, including from smuggled components. Iran is really a minor factor there. Whereas the government forces, the official so-called government of President Hadi, and various pro-government militias receive their arms mostly from Saudi and the UAE. The UAE in particular has been arming the separatist Southern Transitional Council forces that are now actually fighting the official government forces they're supposed to be on the side of. Saudi is also arming Janjaweed militia, who they've brought in essentially as mercenaries from Sudan. So I'll finish.
Sam, could you try and conclude in the next minute, because we're quite short of time.
Hello?
Yes, if you can, just one more minute, because we're needing to conclude now.
Right. The Arms Trade Treaty, which was signed in 2013, this was supposed to stop a lot of this happening, especially from the Western countries that promoted it and claimed that this was a sort of clear moral agenda to prevent abuses of the arms trade. It has not worked. Why are the US, UK, France continuing to sell arms when it has such horrific humanitarian consequences? There's sort of immediate response is often, it's all about the money. I don't think that's really true. They're an insignificant share of national GDP and trade, even for the major producers. And I think that the real motivations we need to look at are the geopolitical interests, the desire to maintain domestic industries, and the dominance of militaristic thinking and interests. And I think in particular for a country like the UK and Western European ones, they are so desperate to maintain their domestic arms industries. They're competing in a very large, with a very large number of other suppliers, and domestic demand for these arms is not enough. So they're prioritizing their industry, arms industry, keeping that going, their capability for production by selling arms overseas. Because maintaining a really advanced industry of your own, which so many countries are trying to do, is extremely complex and expensive. So this is kind of the bad news, that it's a really tough nut to crack, and that claims of good intentions by governments are not going to be enough. Appealing to their better natures is not going to be enough. We're dealing with really fundamental issues of how governments see security and what they prioritize in terms of maintaining their arms production capabilities, regardless of the humanitarian consequences. So sorry to go on a bit, and I'll finish there.
Sam, thank you so much. Could I just ask you to say a word about the court case conducted by Campaign Against the Arms Trade and how effective that's been?
Well, this was really fantastic news that the government has criteria on arms exports that are supposed to stop the supply of arms where they might be used for let me get that slide, for the violations of international humanitarian law. So the EU common position, which is also in UK law. They can't supply arms where there's a clear risk they might be used to commit serious violations of IHL. So in Yemen, Saudi Arabia is violating IHL and their allies violating IHL on a daily basis with UK planes and bombs. There is just very little question about it. So how can the government justify issuing export licenses? They somehow find ways of interpreting things so that there's no clear risk. So we took them to court over that. And although we lost in the High Court, we won this year in the Court of Appeal. It's still got to go to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court rubbished the government's arguments as to why, despite all this overwhelming evidence that these violations of IHL are taking place, that somehow there's no clear risk that British supplied weapons will be used to commit further violations of IHL. So the government has to stop issuing new export licenses, and it's got to retake all its previous decisions on a legal basis. Now, I don't doubt that even if we win this Supreme Court case, the government is still going to try to find a way of interpreting the law, interpreting the criteria to allow it to continue selling arms to Saudi Arabia. They're Britain's biggest client, and without the sales to Saudi Arabia, the UK major combat aircraft production capability would probably collapse. So we're going to have to watch them like a hawk to see how they're doing this, and if necessary, go to court again. But in the meantime, it was a really big victory that we got there, and with a huge momentum, both to our campaign and the international campaign to stop arms to the Yemen war.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. That was a really comprehensive coverage of really what is an absolutely scandalous trade in the world. And I think the example of the campaign against the arms trade, particularly in taking a government to court, is something that we need to look at seriously. The Supreme Court has a good history. The government has a bad history in listening to the Supreme Court, but still, it's what we can do. Sam, we're going to have to move on to the next presentation. I'd like to thank you again very much, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Now, I'd like to bring in Tilman Ruff, and I wonder if I can get some help in doing that. By the way, Sam is in London. Tilman, who's speaking next, is in Melbourne, in Australia. And Tilman is co-president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, with whom ISSOP now has an MOU. And we've been having a number of discussions with IPPNW about developing this relationship. International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1985 and went on to found the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which also won the Nobel Peace Prize for its work, international work. And I think the example of ICANN in comprehensively bringing people together around the world around this campaign has been quite incredible. So can I see if Tilman is with us? Tillman, you're with us.
Good.
And we can hear you. Thank you very much.
And
I'm afraid we've kept you
Can you
waiting.
see my slides?
Not yet.
I'm trying to share my screen.
We can see your screen. We can see your face on your screen. That's.
But I'm trying to share my computer screen. That's what I'd like you to see.
But you should. Are my slides here? Yeah.
Are you able to see them now?
There should be a list on the bottom. There should. That's it. We can see them now. Over to you then, Tillman. Thank you very much.
Great. So we're all set?
All set.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for the opportunity. And I know your time is limited, but I'm delighted to have this honour to tell you something about the story of ICANN and hopefully foreshadow fertile collaborations between ISSOP, IPPNW and ICANN. So I think just a brief few comments about nuclear weapons and where we are. Essentially, apart from the very significant development of the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, pretty much everything else is going at this point in the wrong direction to increase nuclear dangers. The World Health Organization, when it reviewed the effects of nuclear war on health and health services back in the 80s, concluded unequivocally that these pose the greatest immediate threat to human health and welfare, and subsequent trends have really exacerbated that situation. The most important new science relates to nuclear weapons as a climate threat, indeed the most acute threat to a stable and hospitable climate. Most people, of course, are aware of the growing reality of accelerating global warming and its huge and diverse health impacts. I think far fewer people are aware that the greatest acute risk of climate disruption comes from abrupt global cooling, essentially the ice ages that can be created within days or a few weeks by a surprisingly small fraction of the global nuclear arsenal targeted on cities, detonated over cities, igniting simultaneous large fires over large areas, putting millions of tons of smoke into the atmosphere, cooling, darkening and drying the climate beneath for decades, decimating agriculture and putting a significant fraction of humanity at risk of starvation in proportion to their current food insecurity, even if they live remote from the area of conflict. And these dangers exist even with the smaller nuclear arsenals in good, robust, well-established scientific studies as little as less than 0.5% of the global nuclear arsenal. So these are essentially global suicide bombs that simply can't be used. In terms of the risks of their use, all of the current authoritative assessments essentially line up to the dangers are growing. They're at least as great as they've ever been, and they are growing. Disarmament treaties, the hard-won gains of the end of the Cold War are being dismantled. There's nothing being renegotiated to replace them. Nuclear modernisation in all of the nuclear-armed states continues apace, with new threats and more aggressive deployments and exercising in multiple spheres: Northeast Asia, the South China Sea, South Asia, the Middle East, between NATO and Russia, that have led the doomsday clock to be set at 2 minutes to midnight last year and kept there this year as far forward as it has ever been. So this issue is really not only the most acute existential threat humanity faces, but also one in which we do not have the luxury of time. I think it's worth just reminding ourselves too of just how deeply embedded in the collective expression, the will of international institutions to safeguard humanity is the desire to eliminate these worst of all weapons. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The Non-Proliferation Treaty, which includes all of the world's nations bar 4, all of them nuclear armed, enshrines a legal obligation on all its members, not just the nuclear armed ones, to negotiate effective measures to end the arms race and disarm. And the world's highest legal authority, the International Court of Justice, through an initiative actually undertaken through the World Health Organization, has unanimously determined that this obligation is not just to negotiate, but to bring those negotiations to a successful conclusion. There are continuing problems, of course, related to many different weapons, but I think it's worth taking note and courage from the fact that for all of the major classes of inhumane and indiscriminate weapons, the two other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, biological and chemical, anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions, there has been very significant progress. All of those are less often produced, deployed, traded, justified and used now. And crucial to the progress on all of those has been codifying in an international instrument in recognition of the evidence that however used, these weapons can only have indiscriminate, inhumane consequences, codifying their rejection for all states in an international treaty that has provided the same legal standard for all nations, and that then provides the basis and motivation for the progressive efforts to eliminate the weapons. Work's still in progress on all of those, but the lesson of history is that we haven't been able to eliminate any unacceptable weapon without a prohibition legal instrument. And the power of those instruments, their normative, their moral, their political force, particularly with strong governmental and civil society pressure behind it, international organisations, is not to be underestimated. Angela Kane, when the most senior UN representative on disarmament, highlighted the fact that no nations actively boast possessing chemical or biological weapons that are essentially stigmatised. And now at United Nations meeting, I regularly hear states like the United States that oppose the negotiation of and haven't joined the landmines or cluster munitions treaties boast their virtual compliance with those treaties. So treaties matter. ICAN was essentially an initiative, an outreach vehicle of IPPNW, founded by the inspiration of this wonderful Malaysian obstetrician, Ron McCoy, and shamelessly modelled on the international campaign to ban landmines. The idea of don't create new organisations, build a civil society campaign coalition that's broad and inclusive and easy for organisations to join, work together with others in a coordinated way, with the clear goal of a treaty process to prohibit and provide for the elimination of the weapons, based not so much on the politics and the security arguments, but on their unacceptable humanitarian and health consequences. And that's really been the basis for ICAN's work. We wanted to balance evidence with human testimony of the survivors, which I think has been so crucial in some of the other treaties, especially landmines and cluster munitions, and the arms trade, and to balance the horror of nuclear weapons, that people need to understand the seriousness and urgency of the issue, with the fact that the tools to eliminate these weapons are available, are no secret, and leavened with humour and humanity. Working with governments, because in the end it's governments that have to disarm. We utilised a fertile political environment in 2007 when candidate then President Obama put the idea of nuclear weapons abolition firmly back in the mainstream political agenda. The Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, the world's largest humanitarian organisation, really getting involved in this issue movement-wide in a serious and ongoing way, in 2010 made a very important difference. And then the recognition in the Non-Proliferation Treaty for the first time of an expression, these are consensus outcome documents, so 191 nations have signed on to this, expressing deep concern about the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of any use of nuclear weapons. That was the basis for 3 then conferences. In fact, the first ever intergovernmental conferences focused specifically on the impacts of nuclear weapons. The conclusions were unchallenged. They were attended by most of the world's governments. ICANN established its credibility at these as the coordinating vehicle for the civil society participation. And they were crucial to the effort then through the UN to negotiate a treaty. That had a few twists and turns, but essentially a majority of the world's nations joined to commit to fill the legal gap that sees the worst of all weapons remaining as the last weapon of mass destruction not to be prohibited by international treaty until recently. Of course, the states that don't own the weapons can't eliminate them, but as some of the other treaties had shown us, particularly landmines and cluster munitions, using the right forum, they could prohibit the weapons and thereby have growing and significant effect. One important thing, as is true in any process of change, is building coalitions. And I'm really proud of the, I think, very effective and united coalition that IPPNW was able to forge with the World Medical Association, the World Federation of Public Health Associations, and the International Council of Nurses, speaking with united voice about the need from a health point of view to eliminate these weapons as a matter of urgency. The negotiations took place in the first half of 2017, really very ambitious, over 8 months and less than 4 weeks of negotiations. This treaty was negotiated, the first time the UN General Assembly has negotiated a UN disarmament treaty, a remarkably successful process in a way that brought global democracy and humanity to this area in a way that was quite unique and that the nuclear armed states could not block, because the General Assembly can make decisions on substantive issues by 2/3 majority vote if consensus can't be reached. Civil society experts had remarkable access to that conference, and particularly, I think, combining the strength of scientific evidence with the testimony and voices of the survivors of nuclear use and testing, who really touched people with their lived daily experience of the indiscriminate transgenerational harm of nuclear weapons. That was very powerful. When it came to a vote, because the nuclear armed and the 30-odd nuclear dependent states of NATO and Japan, South Korea and Australia stayed away, the rest of the world essentially was on board and the treaty was adopted by an overwhelming vote. And all of those who negotiated this said this would not have happened without the organised support of civil society that was coordinated in this case through ICANN. Governments need one coordinated partner to deal with when it comes to negotiations, not multiple civil society players, as they told us in no uncertain terms. So nuclear weapons are now on the way to becoming prohibited like those other unacceptable weapons. There was a signing ceremony at the United Nations just this morning, Australian time, yesterday evening, New York time, where there were 5 new ratifications and 9 new signatures. So the treaty is now almost 2/3 of the way to the 50 ratifications that it needs to enter into force. And I'm hopeful that that will happen in the next year. But of course, it doesn't eliminate the weapons. It's a very important statement of hope and possibility. But what traction does it have, and how can we use the treaty to advance the elimination of nuclear weapons? Let me offer a few thoughts for you. Just
a couple of minutes left, Tillman, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure, I'll be quick. So first, just let me say that this treaty is really a landmark document, and I'd commend it for your consideration. It not only provides a very clear and categorical prohibition of nuclear weapons, but it actually provides the only clearly internationally agreed framework for the elimination of the weapons. So it's highly significant in that respect. In a sense, that's the easy part. I'll skip a couple of these slides, but clearly leadership is crucial. We're not seeing it from the nuclear armed states. Leadership is a renewable resource of which no group has a monopoly, and we're seeing the extraordinarily impressive action by young people on the climate front. A number of key organisations are on board. The Red Cross pushing this treaty very strongly as something that all states should sign, and some faith leaders, for example, Pope Francis, being quite clear about the immorality of nuclear weapons. A number of health federations globally are on board, the World Medical Association, and where national governments are lagging, other jurisdictions, cities and states can act. All levels of government have a responsibility to protect their citizens. And so cities and states provides a way of engaging the public and putting pressure on national governments. There's also a significant divestment movement which is gaining strength even before the treaty enters into force. So the world's largest sovereign wealth fund, Europe's largest pension fund, a couple of major banks on the back of the treaty have already moved their investments out of companies that profit from nuclear weapons on humanitarian grounds. For those of us who work in universities, there's a job to do in our own shop here, and I'm giving the example of my university, which has a collaboration with Lockheed Martin, a major nuclear weapons manufacturer, that the treaty gives us an important additional tool to press the university to end such unacceptable collaborations. I'm going to skip a few of these. Now, just let me finish, though, with the Nobel Peace Prize. I've now had the privilege of being associated with two, and their citations are remarkably similar, and I think they're a real lesson for us in evidence-based advocacy based on scientific and health evidence. They're remarkably similar. In IPPNW's case, it was for spreading authoritative information about the real consequences of nuclear weapons in a way that had political traction, in this case helping to end the Cold War. In IPPNW's case, in ICANN's case, similar citation at the beginning, but for, again, having political traction in the form of the treaty. And I think for paediatricians and those working in child health, there are many valuable and unique aspects that you can bring to this, as well as the general scientific literacy and credibility of health professionals, the particular vulnerability of children, the custodial responsibilities of their carers, the well-established role of advocacy in child health among them. So let me just highlight a couple of the ways I think that the treaty can be used. Clearly a priority is getting it into force as quickly as possible, engaging with governments to sign and to convert those signatures to ratification is of course key work, but that can involve other levels of government. Working with parliamentarians is also important. Building coalitions, and ICANN is essentially a campaign coalition, is of course fertile work. Divestment, both of financial institutions and universities, and either joining or supporting ICANN affiliates or partners. I think the existential dilemma that we face in regard to nuclear weapons is really encapsulated for me in the question, will it be the end of nuclear weapons or the end of us? And to be frank, it's going to be one of those two things. And we all, I think, know what the answer to that question needs to be. And I think we all have a role and responsibility to make sure that the answer to that question is the right one. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tillman. I think the example of ICANN is a really amazing example for us to follow. And it's an achievement that I think nobody could have believed possible a few years ago. I'm going to allow one question from the audience because we haven't had any chance for the audience to say anything. Has anybody got a question for Tillman?
This one.
So I guess it was a wonderful presentation, very informative.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, I am Jocelyn DeYoung from the Faculty of Health Sciences at AUB. So the question for you is the countries that are not present at these international meetings where these are endorsed. So you mentioned, didn't catch all the names of the countries, but it was the countries that are conspicuously absent in even discussing the issues. What are we doing about those countries?
Well, of course, this is the hard work, but most of those countries have signed the other treaties that prohibit other indiscriminate and inhumane weapons. Most of those governments claim to want to be good international citizens, to support disarmament, to respect international law, to want to strengthen the United Nations, to strengthen international law. Their boycott of these negotiations, in Australia's case, my own country, it's the first time Australia has ever boycotted a multilateral disarmament negotiation. It's not a good look. It doesn't signify seriousness. And I think one thing that the treaty does is provide a real moment of truth. I think for countries like my own, they can no longer hide behind the fig leaf of pretending to support disarmament, nuclear disarmament, while claiming protection is fundamental to their security of those same weapons. You can't have it both ways. You can't be serious about disarmament and claim protection from those weapons. And what the South African diplomats call nuclear apartheid, this extraordinary duplicity that some states claim a unique right to threaten all humanity with unacceptable weapons that they deny others, is a recipe for proliferation and totally indefensible. But I think for me, one of the great comforts of the treaty that makes me confident that this treaty matters is the level of very strong and consistent opposition that it has aroused amongst the nuclear-armed and nuclear-dependent states every step of the way. And privately, the reasons for that concern have nothing to do with the publicly stated reasons that this is unhelpful or distraction or divisive or won't make a difference. They recognise that it will make a difference, that it will delegitimise their threatening of nuclear weapons and the so-called strategy of nuclear deterrence. And that's what they fear. So I think there's work to do, but for all of us in civil society, particularly in states that claim protection from nuclear weapons or own them, that's up to all of us to mobilise civil society and our parliamentary institutions to join this treaty, as most of our governments have joined those other treaties that ban unacceptable weapons.
Thank you very much, Tillman. We're going to conclude now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just to say, I think this really has shown the power of evidence-based advocacy, which is in politics that ICANN has been intensely political, but it has used humanitarian evidence for the basis. That's a real lesson for us, and one that we're going to take forward in the MOU that we have now with IPPNW. Thank you again, Tillman. Barbara, over to you.
Yes.
Apologies for the delay.
We're running behind time like always, and now we're going to go into theme 3, which is conducting research in conflict zones. And Dr. Elif Osmert, who is a long-standing ISSOP member, and professor and head of the Department of Pediatrics of the ISSOP Faculty of Medicine in Turkey. And Elif, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my pleasure to be invited here and thank the organizing committee for their invitation. And we will just going over conducting research in conflict zones.
We can't hear it.
I cannot move the slides. No, I will hold that, but I could not. Thank you. So as we pediatricians or pediatric health workers, we will have to rely on research for the ultimate improvement of the well-being of children and to create evidence. But we now have the conflicts, and we know that conflict worsens the health of the children, but still we have to go on doing research to improve the conflict or to worsen or the conflict worsens research, and we have to do research to worsen to improve the effects of conflict. Now, the world has known the vulnerability and the importance of childhood since the last 100 years, and we have lots of declarations, summits, MDGs, SDGs, so that we can improve the health of children. And also, we have lots of improvements in technology that we are using in child health services, and as a result, since the year 2000, according to the report of Save the Children, we have declined mortality, under 5 mortality, nearly about 50%, and also 40% decrease decrease in child labor rate, 1/3 of decrease in child stunting, out of school rate has decreased by 1/3, and 1/4 we have decreased child marriage rates. We have also done fair progress in some of the areas, like declining the adolescent birth rate, and also fair progress we have in declining child homicide rate. But besides all those improvements, there is an area that we are doing very bad, or we have worsened already. There was an 80% increase in the displacement due to conflict all over the world. We have just shown all these numbers. Now there are more than 70 million refugees. Half of them are children, and they are mostly in Asian, African, and Middle East areas. Both the conflicts are there, and the refugees are mostly populated in those areas where we have a great problem in those countries related to unstable economics and environmental conditions. Aisha yesterday has just given a perfect speech about the effects of war on children, direct effects, indirect effects, death, injury, child soldiers, sexual exploitation, early marriages, poverty, child labor, early educational problems, and also, of course, infection, injuries, malnutrition, reproductive and mental health, non-communicable diseases. And we also know that many factors are affecting the pre-migration factors, the travel, the hosting, and there are just cross-cutting gender socioeconomic situations, and especially the elderly, the women, children, and the disabled are the ones that are most affected. But I believe that we also have to be talking about the host population also, which is also affected from all those displacements. But unfortunately, although we know all those, we don't have the accurate numbers about the child soldiers, about sexual exploitations. We do not have comprehensive understanding of how the malnutrition, how the diseases could be evaluated, and how we have to manage them. So as at least 4 speakers emphasized yesterday, we really have a research gap on all those numbers and all those interventions. And also, I believe that we also gap knowledge of the effects on the host society, because the host society is also having lots of problems related to education, health, urban services, and environment after the refugee coming to the country. So in fact, we are trying to prevent, to treat, or to rehabilitate mortality, morbidity, diseases, and increase the well-being of the children. But we are trying to do that in a lack of equity, lack of resources, lack of access, and violation of rights. We already know that, but unfortunately we witnessed it in the morning by Dr. Motel's presentation once again. So all these just makes us a huge gap of knowledge. So we need research. But while doing research, I think that we have to answer some questions. Why are we doing research? What are we going to search for? When are we going to do that? During the conflict, after conflict? Unfortunately, most of the conflicts nowadays, which are affecting the children most drastically, are long-lasting. We have heard about Palestine for more than 50 years, the Syrian crisis for more than 8 years. Lots of other crises in the African region are also long-lasting crises. Where should we do that research? At the conflict area, at the nearby zones, at the hosting countries, and who is going to do that research? The local community, international community, and who we are going to search for the refugee population, for the host population. So there are lots of questions that we have to answer, and also how we are going to do that. How about the ethical issues, and how about the methodology? So when we come to the question why we have to do conflict research, of course we have a huge gap of data and evidence, but we are trying to collect all those data and evidence to document the effects and consequences of conflict, in the hope that we can just have better public health policies, and we can just provide better services for those who are in most need. And also we have to do research that we can protect human rights, child rights, and document the violation of international humanitarian laws, as also we have just heard from the speakers before. And also ultimately, we always have to keep the hope that by the research that we have done, we will be able to prevent future armed conflict, although the past history does not reveal such kind of evidence. And also, as a result, we have to create evidence for whatever we are planning to do. So first we need a scientific question. In fact, there's lots of things that we have to search for because we have a great gap, but we have limited resources, so we have to put over a good research question. We always have to deal with ethics. We have to find out the best methodology, and of course funding is an issue that we always have to keep in mind, because those countries already who are in conflict or hosting the refugees are still at the moment diverting their resources from non-military purposes. And so we have to go to NGOs or to international organizations. And for the NGOs or the international organizations, the priorities may be different than the priorities of the population who have been affected. For the health research, I like the definition of the Child Health and Nutrition Research Initiative, which has been established during the Global Health Research Forum some back at 2007 and 2008. It says that the purpose that the health research is a process that begins with a research question and undertaken to generate new knowledge that will eventually be translated and implemented to reduce the existing disease burden in that population. So the ultimate goal would be to decrease the disease burden for that population in that specific context. There are the 4 Ds of research according to Chinri. You can do a descriptive research, that is mostly an epidemiological research. You can do a new discovery that can be basic or fundamental research, or new interventions for that specific context. And you can just develop the already existing strategies that could be more effective, affordable, sustainable. So you have to do translational research, or you can do research about the delivery of the health systems in that specific context. Chinri research also for prioritizing the research question, because we have to prioritize. There are lots of things that we have to research. Is the research question answerable, effective, deliverable? There's a potential to reduce the disease burden, and what will be the impact on equity, which we lack in conflict areas. And of course, we would prefer research to be local, sustainable, acceptable, feasible, relevant, and last but not the least, ethical. There are some exercises going on with the Chinri method in humanitarian context. I will not go into detail. There's one for child protection, and the top one priority research seems to be the effect of cash transfer system. There are for neonatal survival in complex humanitarian emergencies, where the first priority question seems to be, how can we increase the demand for using skilled attendants? Although there are lots of skilled attendants, the NGOs are bringing them, they are not using them. And while doing all those research, we should always keep in mind and always remember the lessons that we have learned from the research scandals in the history, which were mostly related with children, elderly, disabled, which are the most vulnerable in all situations, and also with the prisoners, research scandals related to race discrimination, to immigrants, and to war. So we have just learned a lot as a global community, and we should always keep it in mind. So there are lots of ethical issues. I'm sure that the speakers after me will give a very much detailed speech about that. But we know that sometimes there are over-researching in conflict-affected populations. They are already vulnerable populations. The refugees are vulnerable about that, and we should always keep in mind, is that research needed in that population? And we should always keep in mind that, do we really obey all the ethical issues? And sometimes the refugees' capacity is not possible to take role in a research. Unfortunately, a study that has demonstrated that research that has been done about the Arab War between 2000 and 2012, and they have looked how many of the reports was just mentioning about institutional approval or informed consent. Only around 50% of them had reported institutional approval or about informed consent. And they were more adherent to those issues if it was a biomedical research rather than a social research or public health research. They were more adherent if it was a quantitative methodology rather than qualitative, more involved if it's an international collaboration, and also it was published in a journal asking for that. Unfortunately, similar results we have in another study that was looking to the publications related to Darfur with the biomedical samples and personal data. An online search showed that only 13% was reporting about ethical approval and 52% about informed consent. And the reports that had been in the CRED system, there was no mentioning about ethical approval, and only 12% was mentioning about informed consent. I mean, although they had, even if they had that, they were not reporting them. As I've said, Anna will be just mentioning in detail about that. Another point that we have to be deciding is the research methodology, if it is going to be a documentation or if it's going to be an intervention study. Again, I will not be going to detail because very precious speakers after me will be just going into detail about those issues. Of course, we have challenges while we are doing research in conflict areas. We always have challenges while we are doing research in any situation, but in a conflict situation we have reporting biases, the fog of the war, difficulty of accessing to countries for the independent investigators. There is the fear of war crimes, so there will be bias for reporting. There's already inadequate and absent data in that country. There's a social breakdown, forced migration while doing your intervention. There will be forced migration. There are issues related with the searchers, safety, security. There are the legislations of the country, or sometimes there are no legislations of the country. Of course, language is always, could always be a problem, and cultural belief that we always have to take into account while we are doing research. And again, Dr. Fuat and Bitendi will be just talking about those issues in detail after me. Another point that we have to, I think, empower the local community is about the research ownership, because as these countries are mostly low and middle income countries, mostly international societies are coming and delivering research, but these countries should be empowered to make their own regulations, their own research, both as human resources, academic resources, and funding. Lastly, as pediatricians, we all have some responsibilities during conflict or the pediatric societies. We have to do training, we have to do service providing, we have to be advocates, but also we have to be researchers. Of course, none of these activities could be in alone. They should always be in partnership, collaboration, and coordination. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ellie, for keeping on time. And we're now going to the next table, and we'll have you for questions later. Okay.
Have we got Anna Chiamento?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
You're here?
I am indeed.
Where are you? You're not on our screen.
I was advised to keep my...
Right, I've got you now.
There we go.
Okay.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, I can. Yes, that's great.
Wonderful.
It would be nice to have your face as well.
I was advised that we should perhaps avoid using video, so I'm afraid I haven't got that set up, but there's a picture of me there. That is me. so I thought it would be useful to kind of have a sense of who I was.
Sorry to have to be a little bit late. Anna, you know how these things go, but we're delighted that you're with us. I'd just like to say Thank you very much to Elif for an excellent introduction to this issue. And without further ado, I'm going to turn over to you to talk to us about your work on exploring ethical issues in relation to children, research involving children in conflict settings. Anna is a postgraduate research fellow at the Institute of Population Health Sciences in Liverpool, UK. Over to you, Anna. If you could keep it to 20 minutes, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much.
I'll do my best. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Firstly, to apologise for not being there in person, but I am really grateful to the organisers for facilitating my participation remotely. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about research involving conflict in children in conflict settings, and really exploring some of these ethical issues. And thanks so much to the previous speaker for setting this up. And this talk is really drawn from my engagement in thinking about ethical issues that arise in global mental health research in lower middle income countries, which includes conflict and humanitarian settings. And just to sort of specify that mental health is the field in which I work and therefore I'm most familiar with. So throughout the talk, I will probably draw on some examples of ethical issues in that field that I feel are very transferable, the sort of lessons to other domains. So I'm going to talk very briefly touch on the importance of research with children in conflict settings. I'm sure over the last day or so that has been a key focus of discussions already. And then just going to highlight some of the distinctiveness of research with children in conflict settings, really highlighting some contextual considerations and those potential impacts that these have on ethical principles. Then I'm going to share some perspectives of researchers that I've spoken to about some ethical issues that they've encountered when working with conflict-affected children, and then consider some recently developed tools aimed at guiding decision-making that I hope you may find useful. Just to highlight, the aim of today is not to try and chart a path for what is or is not ethical, or to advise on how to get through research ethics boards. My apologies. Instead, I'd really like to highlight and explore some of the ethical issues that arise when conducting research with children in conflict settings. And I very much adopt a position that recognises that research ethics is contextually embedded in the kind of interpersonal relationships that are developed between researchers and research communities. So the importance of conducting research, as we've just heard, we have the demographic realities, so children becoming the majority population group, and therefore assessing and responding to their needs is important in its own right, as well as for preventing health and mental health impacts in later life. Obviously, this evidence is necessary, and to understand children's lives, their roles, responsibilities, attitudes, behaviours, and perspectives on how to promote recovery in conflict-affected settings, and the impacts that these give rise to on children's health, well-being and development. We need to generate evidence to better understand how to empower and build on existing capacities and skills. And similarly, to inform how to intervene, considering things such as intervention effectiveness, ensuring that interventions we're delivering don't cause harm, and considering the efficiency of such responses, especially important in resource-constrained environments. Participation is obviously founded upon the ethical principle of respect for persons, and affording children an opportunity to speak for themselves, obviously recognising that fundamentally they are the experts in their own lives. Increasingly, participation is recognised as an ethical responsibility in its own right, as well as being instrumentally important for facilitating good research. And of course, it's of intrinsic value to children themselves, providing positive intellectual, personal, psychological, and social impacts. And finally, the question of justice and marginalisation. So obviously addressing the history of marginalisation of both children and conflict-affected populations, we need to be conducting research in these settings. The example from mental health is that a recent review has shown that the evidence base for mental health interventions in conflict-affected settings is increasing, which is great, but there are challenges, including that this evidence is often lacks rigor, it fails to engage with cultural adaptation, and can be skewed geographically, with some conflicts overrepresented, and by intervention type, with trauma-focused approaches, again, overrepresented. And this snapshot from the mental health field really raises some important issues of justice in terms of what and who is researched. And as the previous speaker was highlighting, some of that is shaped by sort of funding imperatives. So I'm aware really everyone is attuned to the importance of this research, but I've tried to situate this discussion within the broader normative underpinnings of global health, which has at its foundations these moral aims of alleviating suffering, addressing inequality, and promoting justice. So thinking a little bit about the distinctiveness of settings and really, again, highlighting some contextual considerations. The quote from Mark Jordan's and colleagues highlights the underpinning theme to this slide, really, that conflicts affect the entire social ecology of children. And that includes issues such as structural violence. So therefore, this idea that describes the difference between the root causes and people's potential reality and their actual living circumstances. Conflict settings being somewhere where inequalities are perpetuated and cause preventable suffering. So as is seen in sort of key statistics around life expectancy and childhood education. There's also, it's an inherently political context. So being present in conflict settings is in and of itself an inherently political act. The systems, obviously, breakdown of health, political, education, and structural systems, often with personnel leaving and physical assets being destroyed or falling into disrepair. And then there are risks to people and facilities. So unfortunately, the targeting of health workers and health facilities is not uncommon at all. Regarding the numbers, we've just heard the number of children living in conflict-affected settings has steadily been increasing since 2000. And the idea of childhood being very disrupted, so children taking on parental or adult roles earlier than in non-conflict-affected contexts. Also the breakdown of systems and structures to support children, so really education, ruptures to traditional extended family and community structures. And then also recognizing that childhood itself is not a homogeneous category, but one that interacts with other social characteristics such as gender, disability, the socioeconomic status of a family, culture, religion, as well as the geographical and socio-political context. So really the breadth of childhood and diversity of childhood experiences means that actually even within the group of children, some groups are further marginalized and under-researched. And really the aim of detailing all of this is to draw attention to the complex structural context in which research is embedded and with which researchers must engage to think through the ethical considerations this gives rise to when conducting research. So turning now to think a bit more specifically about the research ethics ecosystem. And I'd like to highlight some key research ethics principles, which give rise to a number of considerations, and again, to which there are no necessarily easy answers. Obviously, making ethical decisions is fundamentally a product of balancing competing ethical duties and reaching an informed decision. So the first one to highlight is respect, and this particularly coming through notions of participation. So the role of local community mediators, for example, and the way in which they broker relationships between the research community and the local community, who inevitably have their own inherent ethical frameworks for making decisions. Also, the responsibility of researchers to feedback research results, and this can be particularly challenging to facilitate when the context is changing and populations might be transient. And finally, thinking about safety protocols, so detailing everything from responding to distress during a research encounter, as well as how to respond to the disclosure of risk of harm or abuse. And then similarly, as has been raised by sort of recent scandals, having in place child-friendly procedures for reporting the unethical behavior of staff is also critically important. Vulnerability. So in ethical frameworks, children are generally considered an inherently vulnerable population, vulnerable to exploitation and harm due to their age and capacities. And whilst this conception can be helpful, I believe it needs to be contextualized to the setting and ensure that vulnerability doesn't revert to paternalism, which can prevent children from participating in important studies. And striking this balance really requires researchers to clearly assess and appropriately respond to potential vulnerabilities that exist within the population, as well as maybe arising throughout the research process. Issues of consent and assent. Again, consent is seen as a cornerstone of ethical research, but there is increasing attention to caution against giving it too much normative weight, particularly in conflict-affected settings, where the conflict might limit its normative foundations, particularly around the voluntariness of decision-making, especially in resource-constrained environments, and when we're thinking about health research, where participation in research may be one way to access services. And similarly, with consent, there are challenges around ascertaining the age or competencies of particularly young people, and especially if we're looking, again, to go back to those fundamental principles of justice and think about doing research with unaccompanied children and so on, that the challenges of overcoming these sorts of consent barriers are significant. We also have the question of compensation, and it's debated across the literature whether compensation in conflict-affected settings or disaster settings amounts actually to coercion. There are alternative approaches that are put forward, such as access to ancillary care, but this can again be hard to deliver, particularly in conflict settings in situations where there are resource scarcity or potentially instability. And one way in which to address this is again to come back to the participatory approaches that really allow researchers to understand local perceptions of the appropriateness for compensation for time and input and alternative ways in which that could be valued. The research team, I think this is going to be picked up on a bit more by the next speaker, but really ensuring that research assistants are fully prepared for their role, and this is physically, emotionally, and methodologically, including taking steps to ensure their safety as far as this is possible. And again, ensuring ongoing support to address the emotional and psychological impact of working in conflict-affected settings, including addressing the impact of moral distress. So where somebody knows what the right course of action is, but the situation prevents taking that action. I would fundamentally argue that methodologically unsound research is fundamentally unethical. So I do view this as an important ethical consideration. And as was highlighted by the previous speaker, the first and most important question when planning research in conflict-affected settings is whether this question can only be answered in this setting with this population. If the answer is no, then the study should be conducted in a more stable population. And similarly, conducting research with children requires some very specialist skills and the use of age-appropriate methods to really elicit sought-after information, which again comes back to appropriately skilled, trained, and supported staff. And then ensuring research is designed to meet the needs of children at different developmental stages and after specific experiences they may have had during the conflict is a core element of methodologically and ethically sound research. The core goal of research in conflict-affected settings is to advance justice, both distributive justice, so ensuring due consideration of who bears the benefits and burdens of research, as well as relational justice, so recognizing that there are power differences between various actors involved in research, whether those be researchers, parents and caregivers, children, the local gatekeepers, and local researchers or interpreters. Also need to consider as well the relationships within those groups, so power relations between children, and again thinking about issues of equity and how to ensure that populations are included. And finally, the issue of ethical review, and obviously this is a recognized procedural step for research involving human participants, but a challenge in conflict-affected settings is often lacking or dysfunctional ethical review boards. Or similarly for research that is conducted in partnership with high-income countries, trying to balance the pronouncements potentially from different ethical review boards and avoiding approaches that potentially are unduly paternalistic or restrictive, or simply are proposing solutions that are undeliverable in a local setting. And then finally highlighting that there are other permissions that will need to be obtained from national authorities, for example, or that research is networked within the local humanitarian response system. So I'm sharing this quote here from the WHO just to highlight that balancing ethical duties when conducting research with children in conflict-affected contexts is not straightforward, and any decisions and actions will be mediated via some preemptive planning by the current contextual realities and the specific ethical judgment to be made. And just to kind of try and illustrate some of the points that I have highlighted so far, in preparing for this talk, I was very fortunate to be able to speak with a team based at Queen Mary University, London, who are currently conducting some research with Syrian refugee children living in Lebanon. And they've shared some ethical challenges that they've faced, which I hope will illustrate how some of the principles that were highlighted can be sort of operationalized and addressed in practice. This is not to say that the approaches taken are the only way to manage these issues, but does aim to kind of bring the discussion away from the abstract and down a little bit more to a situated research example. So this research is a partnership between Queen Mary University London and the American University of Beirut as the academic partners, also working with the Institute for Development Research, Advocacy and Applied Care, who are working in the field of mental health specifically, as well as Médecins du Monde as partners on the ground providing services. There was also wider support for this study with academic partners with experience of conducting similar studies in conflict-affected low and middle-income country settings, providing their input and advice. The research was conducted by a local research team, so it employed research coordinators and research assistants from the local community whose perspectives were actively sought on research logistics to inform realistic study planning. So really drawing on their knowledge, for example, of distances and travel time to think about how realistic it is to conduct a certain amount of interviews in a day, as well as to think about risk management, particularly valuing the perspectives of local psychologists with experience of working with the Syrian population. In terms of procedural ethics, they ticked the box in terms of engaging with the Ministry of Public Health, the UNHCR, UNICEF, international NGOs, as well as local academics. They also took the step of some preemptive in-person engagement with the local ethical review board to discuss the proposed study and to understand the potential ethical review board, as well as for the ethical review board to understand the researcher's perspective on the sort of ethical concerns this research might raise. And this really aided mutual understanding of these concerns and identification of appropriate ways to manage these potential ethical issues. Similarly, when they were thinking about procedures that were being put in place for the research, actually at the stage of ethical review, ensuring that these were sufficiently flexible to ensure a comprehensive response to on-the-ground issues. So for example, safety procedures for child protection. They kind of did a review of UK-based child protection and thought about what the goal of child protection really was. What was it trying to achieve? And how could this be met in a local refugee setting? Recognizing that often these settings do not have reliable systems for managing these cases and that actually they may increase rather than mitigate the level of risk or harm. And similarly, recognizing where decision-making should sit and that this should not be a responsibility of research assistants. So instead creating a procedure whereby there was immediate reporting of any protection concerns to a clinical lead. And that triggered a process then for the clinical lead to reach out to the senior investigators in the study for a process of joint decision making about how to best respond to the individual case in front of them. And that was felt to be important to avoid overburdening research assistants and similarly to ensure a case-by-case response to individual child needs. They also had approval from the Ministry of Public Health for the study, which included providing health services to the population at the research site. And these services were accessible to everybody in the local community, rather than just research participants, to avoid any perceived coercion on the basis of access to services. And this also recognized the importance of a multi-agency approach and signposting or referral for services for things outside the research. So for example, diabetes or housing issues. And that required, similarly, the research to fund some additional mental health workers to respond to the potential additional demand caused by research that was investigating mental health. And this, again, triggered a process then of working with the local NGO to integrate those additional staff associated with the research into existing NGO structures. So those processes of training, supervision, and service delivery, which again threw up additional things that potentially hadn't been considered initially, such as the human resource procedures that would need to be followed. Also in this study, they developed a consent infographic. So they recognized the difficulties with procedural ethical requirements, often necessitating long and complicated informed consent forms, and recognized that actually the important thing within an informed consent process was facilitating this conversation that was accessible, especially important for potentially those with lower levels of literacy or indeed, of course, children. So they developed a consent infographic that visualized the research procedures and allowed that discussion to be facilitated around what the research was trying to do. In terms of participation, local community consultation was very much achieved via the local research team as representatives, and also recognizing the importance of valuing their voice and experience. So daily debriefs with the local research coordinator, with the information being fed up to senior researchers. So there was very much awareness of what the on-the-ground issues were and how to problem solve. And similarly for the research assistants, seeing the impact of their suggestions on how we could manage potential issues being taken up by the research team really encouraged that environment of mutual respect between research assistants and senior researchers. They also conducted exit interviews with research assistants for their feedback on perceptions of questionnaires and reliability of responses and how children responded. And through this process, gained reflections from research assistants about how they'd felt supported within their role. And this includes very day-to-day things, such as the local coordinator coming to the field site and providing shoe covers when it was muddy, really showing respect for the research assistants and the role that they were undertaking. And really building on that, similarly for training, spending time to train research assistants on the context of what the research is about, why it's being conducted and why this is important, so that they really bought into and valued the study, as well as operationalizing technical research concepts, such as conducting an exercise on the potential for accidental unblinding, and recognizing that this is important to both understand the concept and why they're being asked to follow them, as well as to invest in the local capacity building of the team. So these are just some examples of how one study sought to promote an approach to research ethics that was contextually embedded, that valued and respected the research team, and really saw this as an important factor in the sharing and addressing of ethical challenges that might arise in the field. So whilst not seeking to preemptively address every possible challenge, this approach actually then remains a bit more responsive to addressing issues as they arrive.
Anna,
very briefly,
Anna,
there are some resources. This is my last slide.
Yeah, good. Okay.
I'm conscious. Yeah. So very briefly, and these slides are available. So if you want to follow these links, there are some resources. There's one from the Nuffield Council that looks at clinical research with children and the ethical issues. And the website also has a lot of useful animations and videos, as well as a discussion paper around the applicability of that to low and middle income country contexts. The second is a project led by UNICEF. And the third is one by Save the Children that specifically has resources for conflict-affected populations. So just highlighting those as potentially useful resources that provide starting points for thinking through these ethical issues. And that's me. Thank you very much for listening. I hope what I've shared has resonated a little bit with your experiences and provided some insights and thoughts that you can continue to discuss today.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for that excellent presentation. Will you stay with us?
Yes, I will. I was going to stay and listen to the next speaker, and then I'll be around for questions.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you. We'll move straight to the next speaker, who is Fuad, Mohammed Fuad. And it is important to recognize that Fuad is the reason we're here. And it was his suggestion at our meeting in Budapest 2 years ago that led us to, convinced us that it was necessary to come to Beirut, to the AUB, and have our meeting here. So Fuad's bio is in your book, but just to say that he is a Syrian surgeon who has been in Lebanon for a number of years and is now working at the AUB. Fuad, over to you.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me, Nick and Jeff, to this great meeting. I'm proud that I contributed in this idea, but just contribution. So I feel to correct two small issues. First, I'm an ex-surgeon, so it's in the past of my life. For the reason that I moved to Lebanon, so it's one of the prices that you pay if you are a displaced person. Second, actually, it's related to the previous presentation. If I'm not wrong, I think it's not AUB, the partner of that study. It's another university. And it's exactly for the same reason that the whole session is about the ethical issue. But that's a different story, and maybe later to discuss that. So my presentation, definitely there will be a lot of overlap with the many other presentations with Elif, with Anna, and with Dima. For this, I will try to change the model maybe a bit. And so to start with. So since the increase of political instability, the rising of armed conflict around the world, and the record global number of refugees, academics often find themselves in the midst of conflict, trying to provide insight, but also to abide by the same rigorous scientific rules that guide the other social and political scientific research. So, as you've seen, in the last few years, there was a sort of increase in the number of conflict around the world, and mainly moving from a sort of interstate conflict to civil wars. In the last 10 years, there's sort of increasing in the number of, sharply increasing actually, in the number after 2010 in the number of conflict, and this violence and the conflict do not actually affect all regions in the same way. And from this slide, you can see that many of these conflict and armed conflict are in Middle East and Africa. But also the battle death are increasingly among civilians. And see from these slides that mainly in the last 10 years, actually mainly in the Middle East and specifically in Syria, where the number exceed now 600,000 deaths during the bloody war. Well, so academics need to do research. And to do research in such a sort of conflict-affected context, they have to understand the context, the conflict dynamics, the potential risks, and how to respond to these risks. As you know, the whole issue of ethical consideration were discussed, you know, in several presentations, in several, and during also this session. So I thought that, and I felt that maybe it's good to reflect my own observation on this topic in the last, working in this region, especially in Syria and Lebanon, in the last 20 years, and to give some sort of field observation on this topic by itself. For this reason, I will go back to a bit 2000, it's almost 15 years, 2004 and 2005. When I was in Aleppo, my home city, working in NIH-funded center called Syrian Center for Tobacco Studies, and we got fund to do some sort of the impact of environment on population health in informal settlements in northern Syria. Like any other, actually, research, we did all these ethical issues. We got the IRB. You know, we have our own IRB at the center, but also from the university, but even more, being the one that's responsible to do that. So I contacted the municipalities in this area and even went to the governor of the city to get the official approval to do research on that topic. So we did, and one day, two of our data collectors, I got a phone call from them. They said that we are arrested. And then the phone handled to someone who is in the security, we call it mukhabarat in Syria, saying that, are you the one who's responsible for this study? I said, yes. He said, you should come for more investigation. And I went. Actually, you can imagine that I sweat like a horse in a race. So, and then talking to the official person, he asked me, what the hell you have in this questionnaire? And of course, I sweat more. And then I asked, what's wrong, sir? He said, these two questions. One is about religion, the other is about ethnicity. Just to give you some feedback or sort of background, Aleppo and northern Syria is a very diverse city, a lot of Armenian, Kurds, Turkmen, and Arabs, of course, and Syriac, so many, actually. We count like almost 23, ethnicity and sects. And we thought that it's important when understanding the impact of environment, including, nutrition, the lifestyle, to understand that like any other demographic, background in any study. But he said, no, we are one people. And so there's no impact on that. And his condition to continue the research is to delete these two questions, and luckily, we were left to go home. We continued the research, this project, and ended up to publish several articles. This one in collaboration with Dean Wayhead. I don't know if you remember this story, Dean Wayhead. Anyway, so that was in 2005. So he said that, because we had some fund from NIH, and also we have a researcher came to, he said that foreign researchers are spies. So you should be aware about that. And since then, I was very aware about this issue. Well, so the other issue actually is about the power dynamic. And I will get this quote from one setting here in Lebanon after 2012, after I moved here and doing some research. And I remember went to Biqa in one of these research and in discussion with the Shawish, who's I will come back to, he said that you cannot go in the settlement. Those are under my wing. They do what I want them to do. And to have more idea about Shawish is in Arabic, usually it's a masculine word. So it has been used to refer to men managing foreign labor in Lebanon. That was before the influx. But since the movement of Syrian refugees, the word found a new meaning. Actually now, mostly he, I know one case is she, is the one that controls the setting and has the upper word over the refugees in that setting. So Shawish is a key person to have information, to do research, to distribute aid. And the problem is, because he has this power, all NGOs, international organizations, and even UNHCR wanted to deal with him and give him more and more power. Sometimes for a good, but in some other cases for a bad. And I remember one case self-censor, people become like a sort of self-censor of what they should answer, not to make the gatekeeper, or the stakeholder in this area not pleasant. So 85% of participants reported being satisfied with the provision of basic services. At the same time, other field workers, reported many gaps in meeting the basic needs of those, IDPs. And considering that, actually put like a question about this issue, how people sometimes, and why people answer in different ways in the same context and the same setting. Of course, this is a golden rule, do not harm, but maybe we need to add something about do little good, because it's not enough not to do harm for people that are in highly need for the basic issues for their life.
Fuad, 2 minutes.
Yes. So my almost last 3 slides, maybe, or 5 or 6. So it's about a study conducted here by a group of people at FHS, Jocelyn, Ablasbai, and others, about this issue of North-South inequities in research, just accepted. And in this paper, actually, the aim is to examine the proportion of authorship from the Syrian conflict setting and to understand the nature of between North and South collaboration. So with all these issues of a methodology, the paper found that 92% of these almost 400 papers published on this subject about Syrian refugees over this period of time between 11 and 18 showed no collaboration with authors affiliated with an institution located in Syria. Close to 55% of the authors were based in neighboring countries, Jordan, 30%, Lebanon 16%, and Turkey. 50% were based in the United States, United Kingdom, and Europe. When first authorship was considered, the percentage of Syrian and the regional academicians dropped even further to 3% in Syria, 9% in Jordan, 9% in Lebanon, and 23% in Turkey. So what could conclude from that? So no research without action, but no action also without doing research. It's important to understand that there's a need for practice-based research and what are the challenges and how we can address them. And putting people and change at the heart of research. So those are the guideline, guideline principles that, a guiding principle that should be considered to have like an equitable and long-term partnership, to trust the regional research capacity and contribution, to recognize structural inequities and power imbalance, and to build a long-term sustainable research contribution. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fuad. Okay, can we then move on to our next presentation, which is Dima Butedini, who is from the AUB Medical Center. And Dima, we'd like to thank Dima because she was due to do a presentation in one of the parallel sessions, the free paper sessions, and she agreed to step in here because we had a space. So Dima, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this session. So I am Dima. I'm from the Faculty of Health Sciences, Health Promotion and Community Health Department. I'm presenting on behalf of the Early Marriage Research and Implementation team, of whom some are already present with us today. So I'm going to present on research involving children affected by armed conflict, methodological and ethical challenges. Many of the issues were already presented in previous presentations, but this is to reflect our own experience from this project. I will go over some background information, including issues related to Syrian refugees in Lebanon, early marriage among Syrian refugees in Lebanon, and research with vulnerable groups, challenges basically. The rationale of our study, the objective of the presentation, and more information about the project, the intervention, it is called Amina, and the challenges we faced. Okay, so as already presented yesterday, Lebanon hosts the largest number of refugees relative to its national population. As of end of August 2019, around 924,000 Syrian refugees were already registered at the UNHCR in Lebanon. And of course, this is not the exact figure because we know that not all refugees are registered with UNHCR. The majority of these refugees resides in Beqa Valley, around 37%, and almost half of them, or slightly more than half of them, are below age 18. Syrian refugees in Lebanon, and they are mostly women and children, experience multiple forms of exclusion, and those living in Beqa specifically are among the most vulnerable groups and prone to abuse. This situation puts them at high risk of many public health issues, especially early marriage. Early marriage among Syrian refugees in Lebanon has been extensively studied and covered through media, through reports published by NGOs, whether international or local. Early marriage is a negative coping strategy with multiple stressors: sudden loss of livelihoods, forced migration, breakdown of social networks, poor housing conditions, fears concerning safety of young girls, specifically in this culture and a new environment, and of course, added to this, the lack of access to education. The negative consequences of early marriage, whether social and health outcomes on adolescent girls, are already widely reported in many studies, including school dropouts, decreased social mobility, diminished autonomy, and domestic violence. And of course, this is related to early pregnancy and childbearing and whatever related negative consequences on the girls, including nutritional status, high risk of complications during pregnancy and childbirth, and eventually it might lead to maternal death or disability. This is the background of our study. And generally speaking, research with vulnerable groups, that was already covered in the previous studies, in the previous presentations. I will go quickly over them. So many problematic issues have been reported in such studies. The most commonly reported ones include informed consent, recruitment, communication difficulties, issues related to confidentiality and security, working with members of the community, and this will be highlighted in our study, factors of distrust, fear, and suspicion, and how this will influence the participation, the data collection, and other phases of the study, of the research, and of course, having to deal with stakeholders, whether local government bodies, NGOs, local leaders, shawish, and others, and insufficiency of do no harm principle, and as Fuad mentioned, the need to do little good at least. So this is generally speaking. The rationale for our study is an intervention study about early marriage, and because there are limited research on early marriage in conflict settings or among refugees, we initiated this intervention because we believe that there are factors that are specific to the conflict setting added to the known determinants of early marriage. The team designed, implemented, and evaluated a community-based multi-component early marriage intervention with Syrian adolescent refugee girls in Beqa that builds on existing international evidence in non-conflict settings and introduces additional components. The objective of this specific presentation is to discuss the challenges encountered in conducting the research with adolescent refugee girls. The project is called Amina, which is in Arabic, it's translated to feeling of safety. The data presented comes from the observations of the research and implementation team conducting Amina. So basically, it's based on the field notes and on the observations that we had during the implementation of this project. Okay, so a brief description of Amina. Amina is an intervention study. It's a community-based. It involved girls who are adolescent refugee girls and their parents. It was conducted in Barilias, and it included refugees regardless whether they are inside or outside settlements. The girls are 11 to 14 years old. A total of 210 girls participated in this study, and they were all school students enrolled in 4 schools in Barilias, both formal and informal schools. And mothers and fathers of these girls were already part of the intervention. The design was a pre-test, post-test, one group, and the data collected through face-to-face interviews, tablet-based survey between 2018 and 2019. The community workers, they were responsible of implementing the intervention. They are all Syrian refugee women. We had a total of 14 community workers. Each community worker was responsible for a group of 12 to 20 girls. They had been trained extensively on different issues, including early marriage, reproductive health issues, and other cohort building. And they also had continuous training on the girls and mother sessions because they were the ones who delivered the sessions. And now the challenges that we encountered during the intervention. Some are methodological, others are ethical, but of course they are very much interrelated, and it was a little bit difficult to categorize these challenges because they are very much dependent on each other. Complications getting signed consent forms, and that was already mentioned. The complications are due to many factors. One of them was illiteracy or the low formal education, and it was hard at many times to describe the whole process of research and the intervention itself to the parents and to the girls. Some of the participants were reluctant to sign a document, and this is basically related to suspicion, mistrust. They don't really trust the objectives of the research, the researchers, and that was a really hard time for us to be able to get the consent forms. One major difficulty was the access to fathers and the ability to get their consent. So many of them are unavailable. They are either unavailable because they work outside Barilias and it was hard to reach them, or they are already dead. And the Lebanese law actually necessitates that we get the approval of both the mother and the father for minors, and IRB, the Institutional Review Board, wanted us to adhere to this, but that was really very hard in the fieldwork. And speaking about IRB, it was in principle getting the consent form and the institutional ethics approval. It's meant to be good and for the benefit of the participants, but at some times it didn't take into consideration the practical realities of conducting research in such a settings. So other challenges was related to access difficulties. So this is a highly mobile population. Some of them would be part of the study at the baseline, and then they moved either outside Barilias or outside Lebanon. Some of them moved to Europe, others were back home Syria, and that influenced the sample study. The remote areas, they live in very remote areas in Biqa itself. The roads are very bad, they are hidden communities, and that was gave the community workers hard time to go reach them and start the, initiate the contact with them. When they were first contacted, they would give inaccurate contact information for them, whether their phone numbers or their location where they live, either because they don't know. Some of them were new to Lebanon, others are really afraid of other security-related issues. Again, the shawish, sometimes when community workers used to go to the field, they had to get the approval of the shawish because he would let them in, or he would decide that he doesn't want this particular tent or this particular family to be part of the study. And we tried our best to make it clear that it's not related to any type of aid. Checkpoints. On many days, there would be checkpoints in Biqa, and that would delay the intervention delivery in a sense that community workers couldn't arrive to the center. We used to, we have a local community partner, a local NGO in Barrias, so sometimes it influenced the mobility of the community workers and of the girls and the families. Participants themselves, whether the children or the parents, they are not very familiar with the research processes. And again, there is a big role of the fear factor and privacy concerns. Some of them wouldn't even want to give us their real names because they had their own reasons. Disadvantaged background, so of course these are refugees, and the low socioeconomic background, their literacy levels and their living conditions influenced our research. Like, for example, when we used to go for data collection in their homes or in their tent, there would be like a couple of other families living together with each other, and that would, of course, influence the privacy of the data collection phase. We ended up having a small sample study, and it was basically a pilot study, and this raises the question of representativeness of the study. We didn't even have a control group for more than one reason, but it was not practical to have one, and it was not ethical at that time. Some ethical challenges, again, they are interrelated. So obtaining true informed consent or meaningful informed consent, this group of participants is really worried about other stuff rather than the research itself. They really want to be safe, and it doesn't really make sense at some times to have the consent in terms of being able to say no or being able to say yes, and the influence of power imbalances between researcher and participants. Added to this, all the experience they had because of the migration and settlement, and in many times the consent was really more westernized, and it doesn't reflect the context that we worked with. It was already mentioned also the interpersonal engagement between researchers and participants during data collection. So sometimes participants, whether the girls or their parents, would disclose personal issues to the person, to the data collector, and it was really critical how to be able to address these concerns or these needs. In many times, participants had unrealistic expectations, unfortunately, of the benefits of the research. So the research is about early marriage, basically, and we had offered to give them education support. But for many cases, many of the parents thought it to be as a pure educational support intervention because this is basically what they wanted and what they needed. And no matter how much we tried to emphasize the importance of the early marriage component, they still request for education support. Others thought that there would be financial incentives or psychosocial support. And here comes the question where to set the boundaries and how much should we be able to respond to these problems. Many of them were social and mental health related boundaries. Also, as mentioned, we worked with community workers, so our link with the community was through community workers. They were hired. It took some time to be able to recruit community workers because we had some requirements and we needed community workers who are able to do this kind of a job. And it required extensive training. So we started with 3 condensed training, 3 weeks of training, and then it was continuous as we moved on. However, we still had issues with the quality of data collected by community workers and with some of the concepts, because at the end they are not, they don't have a professional degree, and they are not trained before to do this type of work. But this was, of course, it had its own advantages, because it's very important to work with people from the community, and it was much better received by the participants, because the community workers come from the same community and have very much in common. Other challenges due to working with community workers were the risk of biased responses. So sometimes the participants would answer differently because they are being interviewed by community workers, by data collectors from the community. And sometimes the affiliation of the community workers had some influence. So again, it's related to politics, and these participants are afraid who will review their answers, so that would have a great influence on their answers. And the community workers themselves, they have their personal experiences related to displacement. They are all Syrian refugees. Many of them had issues related back home. Some of them had lost sons, husbands. The living conditions in Lebanon was not easy, and at times they would have to leave a camp because they were asked to, and other issues. So the research team and the academics in the research team felt that there is a moral obligation, but we were not able to respond at all times.
2 minutes, Dima, please.
Yes, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
So other practical challenges related to this project, there was a marked difference between the researchers and the participants' views of punctuality. So we would design, or we would schedule a certain session to take place on a certain day, and we were expecting a certain number of participants, but then they wouldn't show up. And again, this is related to the priorities. They probably have other priorities. Influence of unexpected events that happened during the intervention. Sometimes there would be a certain event back in Syria. Parents or families have to leave, or they have to expect visitors. One time we had a case where a girl was kidnapped, not part of our study, but a refugee adolescent girl was kidnapped in Biqa specifically, and that influenced the attendance of the girls for our study. So all these unexpected events that are related to this group influenced the research. Other minor cultural related challenge, the hospitality by highly disadvantaged refugee populations was really an issue, because sometimes they would have minimum to survive, but they always feel the obligation to be welcoming and to offer whether coffee or food for the community workers, and it was really a problem, because they couldn't say no in order not to insult them. That's it. Basically, we had learned a lot from this experience. Amina is only one phase. I mean, this part was phase 1 of the intervention. We're expanding our intervention, and we learned a lot about working with this community. We hope we have contributed to the growing understanding of complexities of research involving children affected by armed conflict. And there are so many lessons learned. We really need to have innovative methods and be flexible to promote ethical practice and increase methodological validity. We are thankful to all partners who helped us, to funders. This particular intervention is funded by Ford Foundation. We are thankful to the Syrian families, their daughters, volunteers, and other partners. Thank you.
Do you want to stay? Do you want to go and sit over there, Fuad? Where are you? Do you want to come up? I'm not sure. I think, have we still got Anna? Are you back with us, or we lost Anna for a time, and I don't think we've got her back, have we? Sorry?
Doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it.
It doesn't seem like it. Oh yes, Alia. Yes, please. Okay. Can we, I'm going to allow strictly 10 minutes for questions. So if you're going to ask a question, don't make a long statement. Okay? This applies to you as well, Shanti.
She wasn't going to talk about whether this session would help us get institutional ethics. And my comment was, all the ethical issues that you have also eloquently discussed and explored and that many of us face are not what we have to fulfill to get institutional ethics approval. Mostly it's about risk management of their own little institution or big institution, as the case may be, and they're completely different issues. So I thought that was a comment. The practical question that I'd like to pose is one of the issues that was also highlighted was the small proportion of children in conflict who tend to get repeatedly examined, and the vast numbers who just get ignored, as if those children don't matter. So I just wondered whether this was a role for ISSOP. I note that we have someone here from Cox's Bazar, and we really should be trying to use our institution
Shanti,
to do research and explore options in unresearched populations. So this is a role for us.
So any response to that?
Well,
are these working?
Okay. I also should say that yes, because in Turkey, as a national pediatric society, we get that responsibility on us, and we are just trying to conduct research as the society. So as ISSOP, I also think that you have to put together all your resources to make able people to do better research in the children who are not searched or anything. So ISSOP, I think, has a role to coordinate research.
Ruth, surprise.
My question is for Dr. Fuad. I noticed that at the start of your presentation you showed some photos from the uprising, and I also really note what you've brought to light about the fact that many of the authors on the published papers are not from within Syria. And I feel like often in the research world when we talk about this issue, we kind of tend to have numbers of refugees and symptom descriptions. But I just wondered what contribution you think can be had from bringing in that socio-political context a bit more, and what roles Syrians can play in actually helping us to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the issue of engaging, I hate to say like a local people. I mean, I don't like this word using the locals. I'm talking, people that working in the field, or people that are from the context themselves are important. Thinking about this example about, Syrian scholars and even regional scholars that working, from the region on this topic, and comparing with these big numbers of, international scholars from big university that come in and, with bringing their money, and of course, being, on the list of first authors, in spite of a lot of discussion about giving junior researcher sort of a good step. But I think still we have the same problem, and the number tell these issues clearly. So what could be? I think that should be sort of a condition in any research funding, to have a sort of clear number, or sort of a percentage of those who are working in the context to bring their name in this paper and on publications. And that will be not just a capacity building, but that give credibility to the work that we published and we produced.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you for your very interesting talks. It was really wonderful. I have a question to the three of you. I once heard the American godfather of informed consent saying that he delivered a baby that turned into a monster. And I wonder whether we shouldn't totally reconceptualize this whole concept of informed consent. And I'd like to hear your opinion about this. We all struggle with it. Of course, the problem is, you first had research in the States, you exposed people to syphilis and then to nuclear radiation, and then you impose rules to the rest of the world, and that's where it's got. So I did a study in Eritrea, what the NIH funded, and then I had 1.5 hour interview time in Eritrea, but it took me 45 minutes to explain the informed consent form. All over the world, people have to give informed consent. From Chernobyl till today, they're afraid that their land is taken away if they put a signature. And we go on and on and on. So please, I'd like your reaction to this.
So, if I understood right, you were just questioning the need of taking informed consent?
In a different way.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm just understanding correct, but I think that we have to inform families, inform people, and we have to get consent. But of course, as Anna has mentioned, they're just on infographic consent. It could be in that way, or another innovative ways could be found. But I think that we have to explain the people what we are doing, and we have to take their consent.
Can I comment here?
Yes, of course.
I think that, yes, we need to do something different. I don't know, my experience on that the consent form, it seemed that as a routine document, and I've never seen one said, no, I don't want to. I mean, frankly, to speak, it didn't happen with me. I don't know if your experience of that. So, with me, they say no. Yeah, I mean, you know, people are not aware exactly about what's going on, you know, and using this language in the consent, even if you say it in the sort of the same dialect of people themselves, you know, I think we need to find a different way. I have no idea now what is this way for the whole process of, you know, the ethical approval, including, of course, the main part of which is the consent form.
Dima, you have a comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, I want to add, of course, I agree we should have informed consent. I definitely have no answer on how to do it differently, but I wanted to add, I think it's very important to always have this negotiation with IRBs and with the ethics committees, and if I may say, educate them about the realities of working in such settings, because that would make a big difference in terms of the requirements they would ask for and the guidelines that they require from us as researchers and as people working in the field.
Okay, I know I said strictly 10 past, so I'm going to close the session, because otherwise we're going to be here until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
So those of you who haven't been able to ask your question, we can do it in the coffee time.
Yeah. It's always, I think we've got to be really brutal about time, otherwise we're going to be getting very late. Can I just thank the speakers and thank Anna as well, who unfortunately we lost contact with, and just make one comment myself, that one essential element of an ethical research is to make sure you are not reinventing the wheel. In other words, you have to do a proper review of the literature that has already been produced. So, thank you very much. Oh, I
I'll go and see, because I don't want to start without him, but I'd like to start because hello everyone. Fuad, are we going to sit up there?
Yes.
Maybe that might be a good thing.
Much better.
So the wonderful Fuad needs no introduction. I should add that Fuad's other secret talent is he's a wonderful poet in Arabic and in English. So I've outed you, Fuad. So Fuad and I are jointly chairing the session, which is I think going to be a really interesting, exciting session looking at public health response in conflict zones. We're starting with a talk by Naveen Thakur, who is the IPA strategic person behind immunization. He's also the executive, he's one of the executive committees of IPA, so it's International Pediatric Association.
Shanti, can you have like a microphone?
Okay, sorry. Naveen's been very involved with the whole immunization or vaccination hesitancy project. So I'm going to talk for him, but very quickly, because unfortunately he can't be here, he's unwell. He sends us his best regards. So this topic is really about the addressing vaccine or vaccination hesitancy in conflict zones. And this is really a plug for the IPA Vaccine Trust Project. I am not plugging it myself, but Naveen is. So I'll go rapidly through this. I have to say I have attended the vaccine hesitancy course that IPA runs, so I can certainly talk through the issues. Like yesterday, so this is not the presentation I had saved. Oh, gosh, anyway. So vaccine hesitancy in conflict zones, determinants of vaccine confidence, the IPA Trust project, and then a little bit on the Master Trainer program. I'd actually kind of culled it, but it's gone back to the original, sorry. So we all know that if you have been keeping abreast of WHO's 10 threats to global health, both vaccine hesitancy and conflict zones are listed as one of the big 10 threats. So of interest for us as pediatricians and child health activists and advocates, we know that almost 20 million children or infants are not reached with the routine immunization, so their primary immunization services. Of those almost 20 million, almost half live in 16 countries that have various threats, polio issues, fragile or affected by conflict. And so one of these countries is Pakistan. And Pakistan, as you might all remember, that it suspended the polio vaccine drive after the health worker attacks. This was a horrendous, I think it happened last year or was the year before, horrendous attacks on health workers. There were 3 polio workers who were actually killed, and thousands of parents have refused their children to be immunized by the oral polio drops because of the threat that their health workers face, but also, we'll go on to talk about the kind of social media and other things that they were responding to. So I'll move this. There are ways of moving from vaccine or vaccination hesitancy to vaccine confidence, and let's look at those things. So the determinants of vaccine confidence are 4. So there's trust. Trust is a big issue. There's, of course, attitudes and beliefs. And then there's healthcare provider confidence itself. And finally, there's information regarding vaccination, so up-to-date information. Let's look at trust. So trust is described in the program as the bedrock of vaccination acceptance. So how do we actually increase the trust of vaccinations? So India had a huge push in the last decade to being polio-free. I can actually speak to that because there was a lot of controversy about the polio program in India. The fact that it displaced the regular public health immunization, primary immunization strategies in favor of polio, because polio was delivered as a single issue and single public health intervention. However, one of the big positives that came out of the oral polio immunization drive in India was that public confidence in immunization absolutely skyrocketed. And this is a huge positive. And I think that, by the time India over the last few years has achieved polio eradication, this was something that the public actually responded to. So although there was misinformation, there was fear, there was concern, because of trust, and there's been a lot written about how health workers created that trust, how doctors created that trust, how nurses created that trust. So trust is a big issue. And generally people's decisions to vaccinate are grounded in feelings of trust. It's trust in the program itself, trust in the officials or the healthcare workers delivering the program, and finally the government. So the oral vaccination program in India was delivered by the government, obviously, and in general, the population is quite dismissive of government-run initiatives. So they did a lot to overcome the mistrust that's commonly there. So I'm only bringing this issue to light because trust is something you can work on and increase. So we know that the confidence in vaccines can't be increased just by delivering facts. So a lot of us think that we can deliver facts and tell people, they will just be completely bamboozled by it and they'll be happy with it. But we know that there is a huge no-do gap. It's not just in immunization, it's there in every other thing as well. There is a critical role of healthcare professionals as trusted gatekeepers to vaccination. So this whole IPA vaccination hesitancy workshop is really trying to increase healthcare workers' ability to sell themselves as trustworthy, as people who can communicate, as people who can tell the truth in and deliver that to the population. So this study on Europeans' attitudes towards vaccination in 2019, I think this is quite interesting given that we have had a resurgence of things like measles in Europe. So although we've all, I think Europe has had a huge problem. Italy, where else has it been a problem in Europe? Germany? UK, of course. Where else? Turkey? Yeah. So although there have been, huge outbreaks of measles, if you actually look at it, 80% of the population, or at least 2/3 of the population, actually did so because it was recommended by a doctor. So there is still a majority of the population who trust healthcare workers, in particular a doctor. So this is something to build on. But it's not always easy because healthcare workers underestimate their influence. I have to say that as a clinician working in this field, if there is someone who has a vaccination hesitancy, I just get so angry that I become speechless. So I'm very poor at communicating and being authoritative. But it's because healthcare workers underestimate their influence. They actually have low perceived or actual self-efficacy to influence decisions that parents have already made. Also, many of them, of course, especially in low and middle income countries, don't have time to discuss immunization. Many of us who work as pediatricians don't discuss immunization at all except to ask, are your children immunized? Because we don't do it. General practitioners do it or nurses do it. It's different, of course, in some other places where pediatricians are primary care, and they have to engage in this issue. I think in the US, it's very much pediatricians who do it, and many parts of Europe as well, pediatricians are involved with immunization. But I think that pediatricians and child health advocates do need to have a strong position about, vaccination and immunization. So we also use prescriptive factual language to address inquiries, which may limit our effectiveness in discussing or changing behavior. So what we know from the literature is that trust in the source of information may actually be more important than what is delivered in terms of the information. Also, I think many of us do recognize this, but we don't act on it. Communication is actually a health intervention. We have now, in our clinics, we give advice about sleep, we give advice about behavior, we give advice about a whole lot of things, and we communicate this. And that communication is a health intervention. We're not delivering drugs, we're not delivering needles, but we're actually providing communication, and that is a health intervention. And I think we need to be doing a lot more communicating and a lot less drugs and big pharma. So it's actually what we say to our patient matters, but how we say matters even more. So let's look at how you can build immunization confidence and build resilient demand. So first, you have to ensure that you are the trusted source of vaccine information. So you actually have to be confident that you are a trusted healthcare provider, and that your recommendation, so you have to trust that your recommendation will be acted upon by the family. So the IPA Vaccine Trust Project is really trying to foster resilient public trust in immunization. The aims are to equip and galvanize health professionals to advocate vaccination and to also create a resilient public health communications ecosystems. The objectives are to engage and empower pediatricians in immunization by improving the effectiveness of their conversations with patients. So it's really about how we communicate our expertise in a way that families will understand. Also to provide leadership and policy advice to our national pediatric societies, to train pediatricians to influence community and social media, and to build a community of practice. Now, when I attended this this trainer program. I'll move on to it. I'll just talk about the elements of the trainer program. So it talks about behavioral science. There's an element of interpersonal communication, telling you how to improve your ability to communicate. Actually, a session on building vaccine value or vaccination value. A big component on social media, and also on mainstream media. So one of the big pushes is that pediatricians and child health advocates and activists have to become much smarter at being social media communicators. And this is because when the global population, I can give you lots of examples of how this happened. This happened in the US, it happened in Australia, it happened in Europe, and it happened also, very sadly, in low and middle income countries, when there was a huge push towards lies and false truths and whatever else about vaccination. It was the global community was completely, the scientific community was completely unprepared for the social media practices that a lot of the anti-vaxxers engaged in. And we had no responses, we didn't have timely responses because we just didn't see it coming. So one of the big thrusts of this trainer program is to say that we in the scientific community, in the healthcare worker community, have to become much better at becoming social media advocates. And how many of you in this audience tweet? Come on, Lahiru. Excellent. You can see the young people are out there. So one, come on. This is very bad. I'm not a tweeter myself, but but apparently this is how you're going to engage. The other thing, of course, is when you're thinking about low and middle income countries, actually what goes viral is WhatsApp. WhatsApp and many other social media platforms are incredibly powerful. And so if we don't get in there and influence what's being disseminated, we're actually going to be trying to chase what's already out there. So I think it's very important for us to know this. Let me move, oh, what happened? Sorry.
Can you give her some help?
Sorry, no. It just went blank. So this is about the Interpersonal Communications for Immunization Initiative by UNICEF and IPA collaboration. So UNICEF and IPA have collaborated in the IPC for I initiative. And you can see that if you happen to work in a global organization, you actually have to come up with a new acronym. Otherwise, it's not worthwhile. So this is IPC for I, okay? IPCI, you all know what it means? Interpersonal Communication for Immunization. Okay. They have a social media engagement module, and it's very basic, but it's actually very, very useful. I did this, and it really tells you how to use social media. It tells you how to try and counter the disinformation narrative, and then it tells you how to build on positive messages. Anyway, and the way it goes through it is telling you how to understand the media, how to develop key messages, how to do interviews, how to engage during crises, how to write press releases, and how to write blogs and op-eds. I have to say, I don't know if I believe that any of this is going to change the world or change vaccine disinformation, but this is certainly something I think we should think about. They also have a monitoring and evaluation plan, and then they've had pilot master trainer workshops all over. I attended one of them in Delhi, and there were people who had come from all over the world to do this, and certainly a lot who were going back to their countries to take their messages forward. They've also done this in global leadership forums, and they've also actually provided training for young leaders, young pediatrician leaders from various places.
5 minutes, Shanti.
5 minutes? No, I'll be less than that. So what IPA would like to do to talk about conflict zones is to try and prioritize and roll out their vaccination hesitancy program in conflict zones. So try and do interpersonal communications initiatives for frontline health workers in conflict zones. And I think the importance is that we really should be reaching out to community health workers, not to pediatricians alone. It's no point just arming our pediatricians with knowledge and attitudes. We really need to be getting out there to community health workers, and also the, in India they're called ASHAs, the ones who are liaisons between the community and the health workers. That's it. I finished, and I deliberately raced through it because this is basically, as I said, a plug for the IPA immunization or vaccine hesitancy program or project. If anyone's interested, I'm very happy for you to contact me, and we will try and do particular sessions in conflict zones. And I think it would be good to run some in Turkey, some in Lebanon, some in, I don't know if Cox's Bazar, have you had any there? Immunization hesitancy? Because I know it's a big problem. It is, you've run it there. So I'm going to stop there because this wasn't my presentation, it was Naveen's. If you have any questions, we can put it to the panel later. Yeah. But I'd like to move on to the next session. Yeah. Do you want to just announce that, Fuad, and I'll give an introduction?
Thank you, Shanti, and thank you, Naveen, also for this presentation. The next speaker is Nicola Morton. So Nicola is trained as a pediatrician in Sydney, Australia, and works at MSF as a medical advisor for pediatrics. Dr. Morton will present on responding to reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health and nutrition in humanitarian settings. No. Let me just rephrase that. Nicola is a dear friend, also from Sydney, Australia. You're right, she works for MSF Paris, and there is a medical unit in Sydney. I mean, it's so complicated, the world of MSF. You can represent Paris in Sydney, Australia. Nicola is a pediatrician who's worked in numerous placements across MSF field placements, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Kenya, Yemen. She's the pediatric advisor to the Paris group. And she's going to be talking about infectious diseases epidemics in conflict zones. Thank you, Nicola. I'm sorry, I have like a different title, so it's my fault.
Sorry, that's the next person.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, the next one's by I didn't see Egmont. I know, but where is he? Because he has only. I didn't see it. Yeah.
All right. So today I was tasked with this very huge topic, a topic that you could probably plan a whole conference around. So I won't pretend to be able to cover this exhaustively. And also my perspective is as a clinician and a clinical advisor. But we have in the audience Florencia, who also brings the operational perspective. So certainly at the end when there's questions, I might also defer to her for some of those. And I'm actually standing in for Daniel, who was going to prepare and present this talk, but he's actually, as we speak, in DRC responding to a measles outbreak. So, outbreaks and conflicts. So they go hand in hand. As you can see from this map, from 1990 to 2006, it's a little bit old, but I couldn't find a more recent one. And the yellow shaded areas are areas during that time that had conflict. And all the little coloured shapes are outbreaks. As you can see, outbreaks aren't restricted to conflict areas, but certainly you can see that there's a concentration in conflict zones. And that ranges from things from Ebola to influenza to Lassa fever, yellow fever, malaria, you name it. And certainly you can see there is quite a clear correlation. But why is that? So it's really compounding. So all these factors combine to make conflict zones particularly vulnerable to infectious diseases outbreaks. The destroyed infrastructure, so that can be from roads to even simple things like no more rubbish collection, and also collapsed health systems, both from destruction of health facilities, but also the loss of skilled health professionals. Often people with means will flee the country and flee the conflict. Also, the loss of surveillance systems and early warning and response systems mean that these can get out of control and turn into large outbreaks quickly. And also disruption of disease control programs, whether that's your seasonal malaria chemoprophylaxis or malaria bed net distribution. There are factors that we do to mitigate these risks in endemic areas that often breaks down in conflict times. Compound that with a vulnerable population. With conflict, you have population displacement, often on a massive scale, often in very overcrowded, rudimentary shelters, which is the perfect storm for outbreaks. They're often combined with inadequate safe water and sanitation, increased exposure to disease vectors, often living in tents or even outdoors, and then compound that with even more vulnerability with undernutrition and malnutrition, and often not just restricted to the pediatric population, adults as well. And then, of course, low immunization coverage. So often this can either predate the conflict, particularly in low resource settings, but also from the conflict settings. So often preventative and primary health care is often lacking and the first to collapse when you've got a health system under pressure. And so all these factors combine to really make conflict zones really high risk for infectious diseases outbreaks. So to illustrate this, I thought I'd give you an example that is so recent, it is still ongoing, and that is in Yemen. So it's a place close to my heart where I have worked. And so just to give you a little bit of a background. So as many of you would know, the conflict in Yemen started in early 2015 with the exile of the then current president and the Houthi taking control, and then the Saudi-led coalition joining the conflict. And what followed has been quite a destructive war, and particularly on civilians and civilian infrastructure. This was then compounded in June of that year with import restrictions, which really had a huge economical impact on the population, causing fuel prices in particular to skyrocket, as well as also had impacts on food availability. So by October 2015, there was a staggering 2,300,000 people displaced, which is just astronomical in that sort of time period. But it didn't end there. Then came the loss of health infrastructure. So of course, with the bombardments, there were a lot of destruction of health facilities, but this timeline just shows for us as MSF the direct impacts that had. So we had, in October 2015, our hospital in Haydan destroyed. Also, a mobile clinic in Taiz hit by an airstrike. In January 2016, one of our ambulances was hit. And in August 2016, another one of our hospitals, ABS Hospital, was hit by bombing. And this wasn't isolated to MSF, but health facilities were particular targets from both sides, and there was significant loss of health infrastructure, with more than 50% of the health facilities not functional. This was further compounded in September 2016, when the last full payments were received by the Ministry of Health health workers. Since then and until now, they have not received full pay, which, as you can imagine, if you didn't need incentive to flee before, also as a health worker, if you're not being paid to work, that is hugely damaging for the health infrastructure and health services. And then unexpectedly came all these outbreaks. So significant bombardment and destruction of infrastructure, targeted destruction of health infrastructure, led to this catastrophic outbreaks. So the first was declared in end of September, October 2016, and I was actually present during this time, came the first wave of cholera. Once that was under control, which took some time, came a second wave of cholera, starting from April 2017, but really one could argue that while there were waves, it never disappeared completely in between. October 2017 was declared the diphtheria outbreak, and then in 2018, measles. So the cholera outbreak. As I said, the first wave was in October 2016, and really the biggest challenge during this time was access. So I was working in Thais, and we had the first few cases of cholera arrive to our hospital. Many of them in quite severe condition because they've travelled for quite some time to reach us. And it really was challenging. And the biggest challenge was access. So these people were from villages remote from us, and we were not able to actually get there to work out what was happening. From the security context, as well as restrictions on moving to these areas, it was really impossible to get out there. And really, outbreak response needs to happen close to where it's happening. You don't want patients travelling a long way for many reasons. Obviously, the first one is clinical reasons. You want them to be able to be treated promptly, and if they're having to travel long distances, that's obviously an issue. But also to be able to get to the source and work out what's going on, particularly for cholera, to be able to assess where the water supply is, where the contaminated source might be, and how to intervene. So really this was a very long wave that really was quite difficult to manage, and similarly with the second wave, which was even longer. And these are cumulative figures from at the end of April 2019. So 1,704,000 cases of cholera, 28% of which were in children under 5, almost 3,500 deaths, with a case fatality rate of 0.2%. And interestingly, the case fatality rate of the first wave, even though it was smaller and fewer cases, was higher than the second wave, which, as you can expect, with obviously the cholera response already being integrated. And really this was spread throughout the country, over 21 out of the 23 governorates. So this wasn't in a small pocket of the country, this was really throughout the country, which really matches this conflict. This is a conflict that's not in one pocket of the country, but with multiple front lines. The diphtheria outbreak was certainly more challenging, particularly because this wasn't a disease that we see often. It's not something that we have a ready-to-go response for. And certainly, and also similarly for the outbreak in Bangladesh, probably the time to recognise that this was diphtheria and this was an outbreak was a little slower. And diphtheria, for most of you, you will have never seen a case. Certainly I hadn't in my training, because I have or in my clinical practice, have been working since the advent of the vaccination, and certainly we don't see any cases. And so this really took everyone by surprise, and this was both in regards to recognition of the disease, but also how to respond. One of the big issues was access to antitoxin and getting enough for both Yemen and obviously Bangladesh, which began just a month later in November. Over this time, there were over 2,000 cases, and half of these were children, probably because of immunity in the older population, with 123 deaths, and almost all of these were children under 15, and with a case fatality rate of 5.3%. This was also particularly complex to manage because for advanced management of this disease, you need airway management, which obviously is not possible in remote settings and distant outposts. And again, not in one pocket of the country, across 20 of the 23 governorates in Yemen. And so really compounding all those risk factors we discussed that made this the perfect storm for all these outbreaks, the access issues really made the response difficult and certainly impacted on the time to get these outbreaks under control. So given we know that with all those risk factors, one can almost predict that in protracted conflict settings, one will have outbreaks, how do we manage this? So the first is to determine if it is a potential outbreak. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not so simple. And in the first phase, we do active case finding. So trying to get out to work out the magnitude of the problem and also to diagnose what it is. With cholera, often it's quite obvious, but with diphtheria, it obviously was not so easy. The first is to come up with a case definition and then confirm it with laboratory diagnosis. And thankfully for many of the culprits of outbreaks, we do have confirmatory tests. And then collect data. So we want to know the number and age of cases, where are they coming from in either the camp and the region. And this is really important both for isolation purposes, for contact tracing, and also to work out where we would intervene. And then when they arrived. If this is a displaced population, you want to know for the cohort that are getting this illness, are they recently arrived, suggesting that perhaps this is something happening from where they're fleeing from, or is it in new and longer term arrivals and it's something that's going on in the current population? And of course, mortality and outcome. And this is particularly important, correlating that with the age of cases or other demographics. So for example, with diphtheria, we knew children were the more vulnerable. For other outbreaks like hepatitis E, we know pregnant women are particularly vulnerable. So it can also help with identifying the pathogen. And then analysing that data, you confirm whether there's an outbreak. And usually, once you've confirmed it's an outbreak, you've confirmed which pathogen, you can then use your case definition and not need to do confirmatory testing for all those cases, which saves a lot of time, money, and makes the response really able to be scaled up. So the intervention strategies are multifaceted, and I'll focus primarily on the medical aspects. So as I said, setting up registration with your set case definition and then looking at case management. And obviously that varies depending on what disease you're talking about and ensuring there's treatment availability. And particularly, as I said, for diphtheria, that was one of the big challenges. For cholera, obviously, it's setting up fluid management, both oral and then IV for the more severe. Having capability for hospitalisation and referral if required. And this is really different for different diseases. So for cholera, for example, we try to have lots of outposts close to where people are with oral rehydration centres and then referring the severer ones to IV centres. But for something like diphtheria, there needed to be a response where there were more higher advanced centres that these were referred to. So not everyone was set up to deal with diphtheria. And this is also really important to think about in the context of your activity. You don't want your cholera patients, your diphtheria patients coming in the middle of your busy OPD or your ER. So it's really setting up separate spaces. And so it may be that you need to set up separate facilities and temporary facilities to handle this. And this was particularly a challenge in Thais when we first had the outbreak, that because we couldn't move from the hospital to be able to set up an outpost elsewhere, we had to do it in our hospital facility, but to try and work out a way to make sure these patients weren't mixed. And in the end, what we did, we turned our medical office into a cholera treatment centre because it had a separate entrance and we could really keep it separate. But of course that's not ideal, but with the access issues, that's what we had to do at the time. And then over time, once the magnitude of the situation was known and more actors were there, and then there was able to be more of a coordinated response and closer to where the patients were, although as I said, it still remained an issue. The second and really the key thing in really curbing these outbreaks is the preventative strategies. Isolation of cases and contact tracing is really crucial. And it's really crucial that this is done in a sensitive way and with community engagement. And this was really seen with the difficulties of the Ebola epidemic in 2015, where there was a very stigmatized fashion and also punitive. So there were also some responses of if people didn't declare contacts, they had punitive consequences, which really was problematic and sent people underground. So often we had difficulty in doing contact tracing and people being open about where they're from. There was also very significant issues with stigma, with whole communities being labelled and essentially restricted movement to try and curb the outbreak.
2 minutes, Dr.
Also, as I won't talk about vaccination because it was talked in the previous session, but really vaccination and mass vaccination is crucial. And one of the challenges in the recent measles in Yemen was a delay in that being able to happen. Obviously, ensuring good water and waste disposal systems, including disposal of bodies. And as I said, health education and community engagement is crucial, and you really cannot curb an outbreak without the community support. And then monitoring cases and mortality. So it's really important to do line listing to be able to track the outbreak, particularly if there's changes in the regions people are coming from, and also when things start to settle down. And usually in MSF we do that with epidemiology support that go to the field and help facilitate this. And coordination and information sharing is crucial. In most of these times, it's not one NGO that can respond, and normally there's cluster meetings with multiple NGOs and ministries of health, both to share information but also coordinate the response, not have everyone set up treatment centres and no one dealing with water and sanitation. And so it really does involve multiple organisations. And then before I finish, just want to mention e-prep. So given this is something that we often can predict, it's important to be prepared. And many of you will have seen the disaster cycle, and e-prep just refers to all the actions taken prior to the emergency. And this really enables a rapid and adequate response, and particularly avoiding absorbing all your resources from your existing programs and enabling them to continue to run while we respond to the outbreak. And this is for both small-scale emergencies, but also the initial phases of larger-scale emergencies while you're waiting for more reinforcements, including HR and supplies from elsewhere or other organisations to come and support. So just quickly, many of you would be familiar with e-prep, but the first is to look at a risk analysis. So wherever we work, this is done, thinking about what are the risks, whether it be natural hazards such as earthquakes or flooding, health-related hazards, particularly for endemic pathogens, and obviously intentional hazards and technological hazards as well. Then the likelihood of those happening, and then importantly, possible consequences. And really that's looking at the vulnerability of the context. In a context that doesn't really have vulnerabilities, where you assume that the current infrastructure will be able to respond well, maybe you don't need to have an e-prep plan. So then if we identify significant risks, us as MSF and also other organisations would think, what do we need to respond to, either partially or completely, and then what risks might be more appropriate for other organisations to respond to and plan for. It may be whether it's a geographical reasons, the needs are outside our capacity or expertise. So I won't go into detail on this, and really this isn't just a medical response. Infectious diseases outbreaks require a multidisciplinary approach, and particularly a big input from logistics. But I won't go into detail in the time frame, but for each risk we decide what do we think is likely to happen, and what indicators should we monitor so we are alerted early rather than late, and what information should trigger an intervention. For example, how many cases would we then intervene versus letting the Ministry of Health be responsible or other organisations? What equipment and drugs are needed, and particularly often that is a separate stock that we keep to the side that we can access quickly if something happens rather than incorporate that into our usual stocks. What HR is needed, both existing within the project or external support. What do we want to achieve? And how many victims can we help for how long and where? And often these questions we might have in our plan, but as the situation evolves, they need to change. But it's really important that these things are thought of before they happen. And this is really the mantra. It's a saying that I'm sure you've heard before. To fail to plan is to plan to fail. And really being prepared for these outbreaks is really key. We can obviously never be 100% prepared, and the contexts are always changing, and each outbreak presents different challenges. But if you have a plan and you can respond quickly, then you will save lives and hopefully make the outbreak as short as possible. And just to mention as well that it's also about preventing them as well, and that really wasn't the scope of this talk, but as you would all know, when responding to any humanitarian crises, it's not just about providing healthcare, but it's also trying to mitigate those other risks with water and sanitation infrastructure. But I'll finish there, and so we've got some time for questions.
Thank you. So before having the third speaker, we will have 5 minutes question to Dr. Morton. Microphone?
Do we need a microphone after?
Maya? Thank you.
Like, if I understand correctly, like the polio issue started with a failed clinical trial in northern Nigeria, which came from the West, and I think we physicians, I mean, that's how the trust was broken in that part of the world. And being involved in some research monitoring in northern Nigeria, I mean, the research participation is like amazing once the community is engaged. However, there was a trust that was broken, and I think that sort of triggered this global huge problem. And so, do you have any thoughts about this, how we got to be actually think about these things and how sometimes research can interfere with, and I think a lot of it was mitigated thanks to MSF, who was there at the same time when there was that meningitis outbreak. So any thoughts about that, how we have to be, maybe like this morning was discussed, be really, really careful in how we approach, and community engagement, any thoughts about that, further thoughts? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, I think in the context of outbreak, it's usually a lot easier to have the community open to vaccination, because they've seen, most of them will have seen a loved one or someone in their community affected with the illness. I think the bigger challenge is the preventative vaccination campaigns. And I think the key is community engagement and working out what are their fears and concerns with vaccination and trying to address those. And I think certainly we have a lot to answer for, not just for the research, but also the fear that comes along with some of the vaccination campaigns, and really using your community health workers, and sometimes even we employ anthropologists to really drill deeper into what the concerns are against vaccination.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is essentially around using a One Health approach within MSF, One Health meaning human, animal, and environmental health. And this is from a context of work in Liberia with Ebola as a sort of well-known classic zoonotic disease that jumps species boundaries. And you mentioned working within Ministry of Health, but One Health is a well-established platform that tries to break down the boundaries between people who are arbitrarily working with just human or just animal or just environmental issues. So in the context of infectious disease surveillance or antimicrobial stewardship, both of which factor very heavily on infectious disease outbreaks, do you know if MSF is either open to that or doing anything like that? Thanks.
I haven't had specific experience. I don't know if Florencia, you know? Yeah. But I agree, it's certainly important to think about those aspects as well.
I just want to kind of say well done for the work you guys are doing.
The question I have is, in the regions where you're working, what are you putting in place that the local communities are not so dependent on the NGOs like yourself? So after the idea is that they move away from dependencies of the NGOs, do you guys do any sort of training or anything to support the local communities?
Do you mean specifically for outbreaks or just generally?
Specifically in the region of outbreaks, because obviously just looking at the map you provided at the beginning, it seems like there's recurring outbreaks in the same locations. Is there anything that the local people are being trained specifically that they are able to kind of take the baton on from you guys?
So I think there's, I guess, two aspects. So a lot of the preventative strategies when we work in a humanitarian emergency situation, as I said, is setting up appropriate water and sanitation, as well as ensuring that basic health needs are met. That is always done in partnership with the community and with community health workers engaged in that. And certainly, trainings and health education are core business. I think in terms of empowering staff to take that, the local community to take that on after we leave is always part of that. I don't think I can give an example of an intentional strategy to pass the baton, and particularly in places like Yemen that is quite problematic because there is not salaries for the community to be able to take over. If MSF leaves, many of them at the moment wouldn't have the means to do that. But I don't know if Florencia wants to add anything from an operational perspective on those strategies.
Just to add that the majority of the staff that works with us in those interventions and in all our interventions are national staff. So capacity building, although it's not an objective per se, is part of what we do always. So no matter that the international staff would leave after the intervention is finished, all the people who work with us remain there with the knowledge of what they went through in the intervention. And there are several examples of local organizations that were created around response to emergencies or other type of projects that are local organizations of staff that work with us, and they put together themselves to have organizations that then they respond also to emergencies, especially in the Sahel, in areas that we couldn't work for quite some time. There are many organizations that come after what we have done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can continue the question after the session at the end. So the next speaker is Dr. Egmond Evers. Dr. Egmond is currently working as a public health officer in WHO emergency sub-office in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, and that supports the health response to Rohingya refugees. His talk will be on responding to reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health and nutrition in humanitarian settings. Dr. Evers, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Egmond. I work now in Cox's Bazar, as you said. I used to work in Geneva for the Department of Maternal and Newborn Child Adolescent Health of WHO, and it's on behalf of the department in Geneva that I was asked to deliver this talk on what was initially an internal exercise that we did to determine, the landscape of the availability and quality of guidance that exists on women's, newborns, children's, and adolescents' health in conflicts. So as mentioned, just to introduce myself a little bit briefly, we see here, this is actually Google kind of keeping an eye on me, because we see the little stars, the places where I've worked for WHO, but that wasn't the point. We see also Bangladesh and a little panhandle of Bangladesh going to the south. That's the Cox's Bazar district, which has, I guess it has two claims to fame. The first is it's the honeymoon capital of Bangladesh for a growing Bangladeshi middle class. It has the claim to have the longest beach in the world, longest sand beach in the world, but that was debunked some time ago because it seems that there's a longer sand beach, and so now the claim is that it's the largest sand beach in the world because it's wide. So let's see if how long that holds up. But the other claim to fame is real, and that's that in August 2017 there was a massive influx of Rohingya refugees into Bangladesh across the Myanmar border. Settling into what is the largest refugee camp in the world. So by far, I think it's twice as big as the next one. This is the Kutupalong refugee camp in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, where 70 different organizations, including MSF and IOM and UNHCR and Save the Children, and anyone has some kind of presence in Cox's Bazar, sharing responsibility for the health of these altogether more than 1 million people, because there was the influx consisted of around 750,000 in August of 2017, joining refugees who actually had already been in Cox's Bazar for some time, because the Rohingya issues have been ongoing for decades. And we see from the demographic build-up here, this is the population fact sheet of UNHCR from August of this year, that of course the majority are women and children, 55% of the population of these camps being children. And so what comes for us as WHO often as a challenge is that there are so many organizations, with good intentions trying to chip in with different approaches. Many organizations have their own guidelines, have their own thoughts about what's the right way to respond, what's the right thing to do, and what's the right way to do it. And so, with this kind of situation in mind, at WHO headquarters, we did a little exercise to try to assess the content and quality of available guidance on RM&CAH. So this is what our exercise consisted of. So first of all, we try to identify what is the publicly available guidance. So we note that there are, of course, limitations to that, but these are the guidelines, tools, handbooks, do's and don'ts, all of the documents with some kind of substantive recommendation on this terrible acronym that we have here, so SRMNCAHNN. So let's just say women's, children's, and adolescents' health, and then we'll take it from there. So what we did actually is we manually searched the publicly available guidance. So this is the websites of these 70 organizations that are members of the Global Health Cluster, the Global Nutrition Cluster, and the IWAG, which is the Interagency Working Group for Reproductive Health in Crises, that has been published over the last 10-year period. I'll explain in a little bit what we did exactly, but we then tried to review these documents for what their scope was, and to some extent what the quality was, at least of the development process, to the extent that we were able to find that out. And then to kind of validate this information, we did some key informant interviews with representatives of major organizations. So we searched all of these websites using key terms, on sexual and reproductive, on maternal and pregnancy, on newborn, child and adolescent, and this had to be in combination with some keyword in the title or in the table of content or summary that was linked to emergency. So emergency or humanitarian or conflict or disaster or outbreak, some kind of humanitarian link there. And we found that there's a lot of available. These numbers, they don't say everything. In fact, if you have more guidelines in a certain area, that doesn't mean that it's better. That doesn't mean that it's better addressed. You're better served, I think, with one good outline, one good guideline than multiple that offer different recommendations. I think a nice example of that is ICRC's war surgery handbook. A lot of people from different organizations cite that as really an excellent product that is used across organizations, and so they feel that there's not a need for the development of other. Just an example that's often cited. So, what did we do then with these guidance documents? We assessed them according to Agree 2, which, if you're not familiar, is the most commonly used guideline appraisal tool. What it means is that across several domains, you assess using a 7-point Likert scale the quality, these different domains of quality. So, I won't go into the details of all these questions, but to just note the domains quickly. So it's about scope and purpose, about stakeholder involvement, about rigor of development, clarity of presentation, applicability, and editorial independence. And we see actually that overall, can you see the mouse? No, that's only on my side. So overall, on rigor of development, that's where on the 7-point scale we saw that there's a lot to be gained. And what that means is that often evidence was not cited as the basis for the recommendations that were offered. That can be because there is a lack of evidence. No, we know that there are all sorts of problems with the evidence that we have and the applicability of the evidence that exists, but we know that rigor of development was an issue. And we thought we would compare, just to pull out one category, the one that should be of the highest quality, really technical normative guidelines. So in WHO, guidelines also have a very specific meaning. That means they have to follow a certain process, and that they need to be assessed by an independent committee, and there are all sorts of limitations to this. And we see that, even if you look at only the ones that claim to be technical normative guidelines, that on rigor of development we score pretty low. We see here 31% of the total maximum score that you could achieve, across. And then we thought, in WHO sometimes we're a little bit internally focused, or we think that we do everything very well. But if we compare even in WHO to other organizations in terms of rigor of development, unless it's specifically called a guideline, that on rigor of development we don't perform so much better than other organizations. So then we went on to validate findings that we had with 11 in-depth interviews from organizations, many of whom are present here. First of all, on guidance use. So a lot of organizations, I think, very rightly indicated that if there is a national guideline available, that everyone will try to adhere to that. There are organizations that very honestly admitted, if we don't think it's up to the mark, we're going to ignore it. But the national guidelines for most organizations was the primary source of recommendations. Then secondly, WHO and interagency collaborations were cited as a second source. And then, only as a third option, it was reported that agencies try to develop their own guidelines. So what is the development process? We asked these 11 representatives from these major international organizations. We noted that WHO actually has a systematic approach since 2007 for the development of guidelines, and that there is actually a fast track for emergency guidance development. A lot of other organizations kind of build on WHO guidelines or other trusted sources, but there seems to be no standardized process that was reported as such, and that consensus and field experience were considered to be critical in guideline development, of course. With some people saying the field cannot wait for randomized control trials. Undoubtedly, the weakest point in this area of guidance is that there is no standard way to document whether there is uptake of the guidelines. Now, what is the dissemination of the guidelines? Is anyone adhering to the guideline recommendations? Often there are unrealized plans for updates of the guidelines. The standard that most organizations apply to themselves is 3 to 5 years, but also in WHO, 3 to 5 years is usually not met for the update of guidelines. But MSF actually did report that they follow a standardized model in which they check whether guidelines are being used or not. So three observations were, or three general observations were reported relating to guidance and kind of a confirmation of the assessment that we did with the Agree 2 tool and the scope review, is that there are important unaddressed health needs. So there are 4 kind of thematic areas or age groups that were identified as really major gaps. The first is what was called comprehensive promotion of child health in humanitarian settings, kind of a broader approach to children and early child development. The second was non-communicable disease, including violence and injuries. The third was immunization, and that links nicely with the previous talk. And the fourth was on specific groups, such as newborn care and adolescent health, outside of the scope of SRH. So it was felt that on SRH there was sufficient attention to adolescents, but beyond the scope of SRH, that was not there. It was also observed that there were too few documents that considered local context and provided hands-on advice that was suitable for first-level health workers. So that meant that often guidelines would be available, but they would still need to be translated in the local context, which kind of takes away from a little bit from the point of having a guideline to begin with. And there was a lack of a widely recognized and operational kind of common platform to develop guidelines across agencies. So we know that IWAG has been established over 20 years ago for SRH, but there is no similar platform that exists for newborns, children or adolescents. So I guess to summarize, key messages, that the guidance does exist, but relatively few address conflict settings specifically. So of the 105 guidelines that we assessed, there were only 9 that were very specific to conflict settings, and all of the others were noted to be applicable to conflict settings because they claimed to be applicable to different humanitarian contexts, but only 9 were specific for conflict settings. There is no report of a standardized evidence review process, so this is where this rigor of development scores relatively low among different organizations. There are these concerns about contextualization. There are persistent gaps in guidance, and uptake is an ongoing concern, and some kind of platform that would help in the coordination of guidance across agencies would be very useful. So that's it from my end.
Thank you.
That's excellent, Egmont. Thank you for exposing this area. Don't go. You've got 5 minutes for questions for you of your own. I want to start with a question myself. I just wondered whether, the recommendations from your review will have some flow-on effect, at least within UN agencies, because I'm very aware that UNFPA has come up with guidelines for SRH in conflict situations, and they had absolutely no idea you were doing this kind of review. And I'd be surprised if UNICEF knew what was happening, or UNHCR for that matter. So I just wondered whether, to start with, you could make your recommendations flow on to UN agencies, so there was something that was clearly identified as one set of guidance. I mean, whether or not you need it is another matter. So I'd love
No,
your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. So as I said, this started out kind of as an internal exercise for us to see where should we be prioritizing our work going forward. But this is just a print screen of us trying to disseminate this guidance more widely with the co-authors from UNICEF, UNFPA, MSF, and UNHCR, different organizations that are very closely involved in this area. And in addition, we are trying to bring this up with the partnership. So the partnership for exactly. The partnership has this ambition also to create a platform that helps in the creation of guidance. I'm not sure, as I mentioned, I've left a few months ago. I'm not sure what the status is of that just now, but this ambition is definitely there. Yeah, for sure.
Any other questions? Specifically for Egmont? No? Should we invite the panel up there?
Yeah. Can we invite the panelists to come to the podium here? Yeah. I stand here.
Any questions for our panel? I've got there's a roving mic.
It's over there.
Anyway, so I was going to ask a question, Nicola, about data and data sets and what gets collected. I mean, we're all saying how important it is to have appropriate data. Clearly, MSF has a simple clinical data sheet that you would fill out. Maybe you could share that with us, and how similar that would be with another organization working in the field, for instance, or maybe the local collection.
I think one of the challenges with data collection, particularly in an outbreak setting, is to make it simple enough that it's not a huge burden on the teams that are often under significant pressure with patient load, as well as making it enough that you can actually use that information afterwards. And I think it is always a challenge, and I think often specific line lists are created for outbreaks, and it might be that from the last one there are particular questions we want to answer. So for example, for cholera, one of the big, I guess, clinical questions remaining is how to deal with fluid management in malnourished children. Because, in malnutrition we try to avoid IV fluids, but we know in cholera that approach has to be tailored, and there's still a lot of controversy around that. So one of the things that was discussed for the next outbreak was to specifically collect data to try and answer that question. But it is always a balance between trying to use that data to follow the outbreak, and then the use of that data afterwards to analyse the outbreak. And so it's always a balance of those two priorities.
Yes, Tony Waterston. It's really a comment about the vaccine hesitancy that I thought your presentation was really good, very interesting. I know. But it was a comment on the trust thing. And it's really just, I remember back to the time that we had a particularly lot of hesitancy in UK some years ago. And the response of most health professionals, well, to say these are the facts. We're just going to give you the facts. And that was the top-down approach that was being taken, with no attempt to understand the emotional reasons. And I remember particularly, that a parent would say, I know you say that there's a low risk, but I know my child is going to have the vaccine. That's definite, 100% sure. And I'm very anxious. So we had to be able to respond to the emotional anxiety.
Yeah.
And I think parents' response, if you really listen to them and show that you've understood their concerns and listen to them and replay it to them, then that makes a huge difference.
Yep.
So I guess that's probably part of what goes on in the training. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When I attended this this workshop, that was brought out, and in actual fact, what we know is that healthcare professionals may not be terrific at communicating or understanding where parents come from. And we may not have confidence in our own ability, we may not listen to families' anxieties, and we might just provide information. So information's not enough. And as you're absolutely right about that. And we had Rob Butler from UNICEF, who's actually a social scientist, and who actually talked about what are the reasons behind parents' distrust, and it's mainly not distrust, it's actually anxiety, as you said. So it's this anxiety that something bad might happen because of an act that I have delivered to my child, and that's a very big anxiety. I mean, in the West, of course, a lot of it is, I don't want my child to have any pain. Why should I do that? That's different. A lot of them are genuinely worried and anxious that something that they are exposing their child to might cause them lasting damage. So I think you're right. We have not responded to the anxiety that's there. And of course, anxiety has escalated for all sorts of reasons. This is a pet peeve of mine. There is underlying anxiety that's gone up across the community in all sorts of ways. And I'm sure there are global forces at play. Jeff, are we doing something bad?
No paranoia. No, you're not doing anything bad.
Okay, good.
How could you ever do anything but perfection?
No. Good, you're looking for someone. Yeah, okay. So good point. Can I ask you about the Rohingya population and whether you have any experience with misinformation and fear and concern about immunization, because I know that that's a major problem in certain subgroups, and how that's been handled.
So for sure, it's a problem in the Rohingya population. We know that that there's a considerable percentage of Rohingya who are not interested in being vaccinated at all. It's not across the whole population, but there is a subset of, I think it's about 20% who are not interested and require a lot of additional convincing. The role of social media, I thought, that you mentioned is very interesting. WhatsApp, as you rightly noted, is the the means to share, I think, legitimate concerns about all sorts of things, but also to share maybe incorrect information, not just among Rohingya, but also among a local population. Just to give an example, recently I'm also in one of these WhatsApp groups, or a number of these WhatsApp groups, but one of them is about something fairly simple about wash in health facilities, no? And this group of often health workers, they were also sharing pictures of gardening tools, saying, oh, these are the weapons that the Rohingyans are arming themselves with for against the government. And similarly, there are messages that are shared on vaccines. There are all sorts of, this child died of a vaccine on this day, and it feeds into, exactly as you said, existing worries about how benevolent is this government to us.
I think, yeah. Thank you very much. It was like a very important and exciting session. I mean, very informative. And please join us to the lunch outside. Thank you.